Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Allie. Puppy says, "Good morning, Mommy." I crack one eye open to find Caleb standing beside my bed, his stuffed puppy's nose pressed against my cheek. The alarm clock reads 6:17 a.m., 13 precious minutes of sleep stolen. Does Puppy know what time it is? I groan, pulling myself upright. Kitty knows. Caleb thrusts his other plushie toward me. Kitty says it's breakfast time. Well, if Kitty says so. I swing my legs over the bed, mentally calculating the morning's Tetris game. Shower, breakfast, pack market supplies, check Caleb's homework, and somehow transform into a functioning human before 8 a.m. Caleb bounces ahead of me down the hallway. Can we have pancakes? Not today, buddy. How about eggs? I shuffle toward the bathroom, catching my reflection, hair wild, yesterday's mascara smudged under my eyes, with the yellow parts all runny. And can I dip my toast in them? His eyes light up with anticipation. Exactly how you like them, yolk perfect for dipping. I ruffle his soft curls and gently point him toward his room. Go pick out your clothes while I shower, and try to match your socks today, unlike your fashion-challenged mom. 15 minutes later, I'm standing at the stove in completely mismatched socks. One purple polka dot, one striped green, flipping eggs with one hand while stuffing my sketchbook, loose pencils, and a half-dozen paint samples into my overflowing market tote with the other. The bathroom mirror had confirmed my worst suspicions. I looked like someone who'd been dragged backward through a hedge. A quick shower and minimal makeup had only elevated me to possibly functioning adult. Caleb! 5-minute warning. We need to hustle today. I call down the hallway, listening for the telltale sounds of a 5-year-old attempting to dress himself. He appears at the kitchen table moments later, shirt on backward, tags sticking out proudly, one pant leg bunched up at the ankle, clutching his slightly crumpled homework folder against his chest. His face beams with pride as he announces, "I drew a picture of us on the back of my math page. You're holding my hand, and we're at the park, and there's a dog and everything. Drew, honey, not drawed. And let's see your masterpiece after breakfast, okay?" I slide perfectly cooked eggs onto 2 mismatched plates, adding slightly browned toast I somehow managed not to completely burn. The butter melts into the warm bread, and I cut Caleb's into triangles the way he likes. Small victories in the chaos of single motherhood. I'll take every damn one I can get. While Caleb eats, I organize my market display in my head. The watercolor landscape sold well last weekend. Maybe the new abstract series will catch someone's eye today. I pack brushes, extra canvases, and business cards I printed at the library. Mom, can you help me with my numbers? Caleb pushes his homework across the table, egg yolk smeared across one corner. Let's wipe this first. I clean the page and sit beside him. Okay, what's giving you trouble? As Caleb counts aloud, my mind drifts to the gallery downtown that just put out a call for new artists. The deadline's next month. Between my call center shifts and Caleb's schedule, I'd need to pull all-nighters to prepare a proper submission. Mom, is this right? Caleb's voice pulls me back. Perfect, buddy. You're getting so good at this. I checked the clock. Quick, go brush your teeth while I finish packing. Alone for a moment, I opened my sketchbook to a half-finished painting. Bold strokes of blue and purple sweep across the canvas. Better than anything I've done in months. With the right exposure, this could be something. I close my eyes and let myself imagine it. My work hanging in a real gallery. People gathering around, discussing the emotion behind each piece. No more customer service headsets. No more selling paintings for barely enough to cover supplies. My phone buzzes with a reminder for my afternoon call center shift. Reality check. Mom! I can't find my other shoe. Caleb calls from his room. I tuck the canvas carefully into my portfolio case. Dreams will have to wait their turn, as they always do. Coming, buddy? I call back, closing the sketchbook on possibilities that will have to wait for another day. I find Caleb's missing shoe wedged beneath his bed, nestled among a graveyard of forgotten crayons and mismatched action figures. By some miracle, we make it out the door only 7 minutes behind schedule. Race you to the car. Caleb bolts ahead, backpack bouncing wildly against his small frame. The morning rush hour in Los Angeles has already transformed the streets into a crawling metal caterpillar. I navigate through the congestion while Caleb chatters about dinosaurs and which kid in his class can jump the highest. My eyes flick between the road and the rearview mirror, where I catch glimpses of his animated expressions. Mom, when I grow up, can I be an artist like you? He kicks his feet against the back of the passenger seat. The question catches me off guard. You can be anything you want, baby. But I want to be like you. Something warm and painful swells in my chest. Pride, definitely pride, but also a gnawing worry that coils around it. Is this what I want for him? The constant hustle, the rejection letters, the calculations of which bill can wait another week. You're already an amazing artist, I tell him, meaning every word. Remember that butterfly you painted last week? Ms. Garcia hung it on the special wall. He beams, but then his expression turns serious. Tommy said his dad is taking him to Disneyland for his birthday. He said everyone needs a dad. The traffic light turns red, and I'm grateful for the moment to compose myself. Families come in all different shapes, remember? Some kids have 2 moms, some have grandparents raising them, some have... But I have a dad somewhere, right? The memory of Caleb's dad, or rather the lack of them. I met Charles on a fateful night, going through a messy breakup. Our one-night stand should have been a careless mistake that I could look back on fondly. And I do think about it fondly, because it gave me the most special little boy I could have ever asked for. Caleb. Yes, you do. I keep my voice steady, fighting to keep the quiver out of my tone. And he'd be so proud of the amazing boy you are. So, so proud. I add the last part in a whisper, almost to myself. We pull up to the elementary school drop-off line. The morning chaos is in full swing. Kids with oversized backpacks stream from minivans and SUVs. Teachers with coffee cups clutched in one hand greet them with bright morning smiles. And harried parents wave goodbye before checking watches and rushing off to jobs and responsibilities that won't wait. Another day in the delicate balancing act we all perform. Mom? Caleb unbuckles his seatbelt with a click, his small fingers working the mechanism with practiced ease. His eyes meet mine in the rearview mirror, serious and searching. Are we gonna be okay? The question punches me in the gut with unexpected force. 5 years old, and already sensing the precariousness of our situation. The past due notice on the kitchen counter. The whispered phone calls to the electric company. The careful calculations I make at the grocery store. He notices everything. I pull out of the line, ignoring the impatient honk behind me, and park in a nearby spot. Turning to face him, I try to pour every ounce of reassurance I have into my expression. Come here, baby. I open my arms, and he climbs between the seats for a hug, his small body warm against mine. His backpack catches on the gear shift, and I help him untangle it. We are more than okay. We're fantastic. You know why? He shakes his head against my shoulder, his curls tickling my chin. I can feel his heart beating, quick like a little bird's. Because you're the most special, smartest, kindest boy in the whole wide world, I say, squeezing him tight, breathing in his scent of apple shampoo and the peanut butter toast he had for breakfast. And I'm the luckiest woman ever, because I get to be your mom. Nothing else matters as much as that. He pulls back, studying my face with those searching eyes that see too much. And you're the best artist in Los Angeles. I laugh, blinking back unexpected tears. Well, that's debatable, but thank you. Ms. Garcia says when you believe in yourself, magic happens. He says this with such conviction that for a moment, I believe it too. Ms. Garcia is very wise. I straighten his collar and smooth his wild curls. Now, go show your class that magic. He grabs his backpack and lunchbox, then pauses at the car door. Will you paint something special today? I'll paint something just for you, I promise. As I watch him join the stream of children entering the school, his small shoulders squared with confidence, I make a silent vow. Somehow, someway, I'll make this work. The art, the bills, the single parenting, all of it. Not just surviving, but building something beautiful for both of us. Because Caleb deserves a mother who chases her dreams and catches them.
Chapter 2. Charles. Los Angeles greets me like an old flame, hot, intense, and impossible to ignore. I step out of the Tesla I rented, adjusting my cufflinks and squinting against the California sun. The tailored Tom Ford suit I'm wearing, charcoal gray with subtle blue pinstripes, already feels too heavy for this climate. East Coast habits die hard. Downtown LA pulses around me, a stark contrast to the buttoned-up Boston world I left behind. Street vendors hawk their wares, aspiring actors hustle between auditions, and everyone seems to move with purpose, even if that purpose is just finding the perfect Instagram backdrop. My phone buzzes for the 5th time in 10 minutes. Jocelyn again. Drinks tonight. I know all the new spots. Don't leave me hanging, Charlie. Exis oxo. I slide the phone back into my pocket without responding. Jocelyn Ezekiel, the blast from my past who never quite got the memo that we were over. Running into her again is inevitable. LA's fashion scene isn't that big, but I'm not rushing the reunion. The building before me rises like a glass monolith, reflecting clouds and neighboring skyscrapers in its sleek surface. St. James, West Coast. My father's latest expansion project, my newest prison. The security guard nods as I approach. Mr. St. James, they're expecting you on the 15th floor. Of course they are. The elevator whisks me upward, each floor taking me further from the creative life I'd imagined for myself. I had dreams once, designing my own line, building something authentic. Instead, I'm here to oversee the expansion of a brand that already bears my name, but none of my vision. The doors slide open to reveal a sprawling office space, all minimalist furniture, white walls, and floor-to-ceiling windows. Cold, sterile, profitable. Charles! A woman in her 40s approaches, hand extended. Patricia Winters, head of operations. We're thrilled to have you on board. I shake her hand, automatic smile in place. Pleasure to meet you, Patricia. The space looks incredible. Your father spared no expense. Let me show you to your office. My office. The words feel strange. I follow her through the open floor plan, where a dozen employees pretend they're not watching me. I catch snippets of whispered conversations. That's him. The heir apparent. Heard he tried to start his own label in New York. Daddy shut that down quick. My jaw tightens. They're not wrong. Patricia opens a door to a corner office with views that stretch across the entire city on clear days. A massive desk dominates the space, already equipped with the latest Mac and a framed photo of my parents at some charity gala. "Will this be suitable?" she asks. "Perfect," I lie. After she leaves, I loosen my tie and drop into the ergonomic chair that probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. My phone buzzes again. Instead of Jocelyn pestering me, it's my mother. "The board expects growth projections and new ideas for clothing lines by next week. Don't disappoint your father." I toss the phone onto the desk and swivel to face the window. Below, LA continues its relentless hustle, everyone chasing their version of success. What's mine? Running a business I didn't build, expanding a brand that reflects my father's vision, not mine. The phone buzzes again. "Jocelyn, playing hard to get. Two can play that game. But seriously, welcome back to LA. Let's catch up." I run a hand through my hair, suddenly feeling the weight of expectations pressing down on me. St. James heir, corporate golden boy, prodigal son returning to the fold. Is this all there is? Business meetings and hollow hookups with women like Jocelyn who see me as a last name first and a person second? Somewhere in this city there has to be more. I turn away from the window and eye the stack of reports on my desk. Projected sales numbers, demographic analysis, the boring things I'm supposed to care about. But my mind wanders to a different time in LA about 5 years ago. Ali. Just her name brings a smile to my face and a stirring below my belt. I'd been in town for a quick business trip. 3 days of meetings that felt like 3 years. On my last night, desperate to feel something real before heading back east, I ducked into this dive bar in Silver Lake. Not the kind of place a St. James is supposed to be seen. That's where I saw her. She sat at the bar, sketching something on a napkin, completely absorbed in her work. Dark curls falling around her face, brown skin glowing under the cheap bar lights. I remember thinking she looked like she belonged somewhere better. A gallery opening, maybe. Not some trashy bar with sticky floors and watered-down drinks. "What are you drawing?" I asked, sliding onto the stool next to her. She looked up, those deep brown eyes sizing me up with amusement. "Something beautiful. Clearly not inspired by your surroundings." She laughed, and I swear to God it was like every cliché in every book. Time slowed down, the room faded away, all that nonsense. Except it wasn't nonsense. "I find beauty everywhere," she said. "Even in uptight guys wearing $1,000 shoes in dive bars." I look down at my shoes now, different pair, same price tag, and laugh at the memory. We talked for hours. About art, dreams, places we wanted to see. She had this tattoo along her wrist, delicate lines forming a paintbrush that trailed into a constellation of stars. When she turned to order another drink, I noticed the second one, tucked behind her ear. A small crescent moon. I traced the edge of my desk, remembering how I traced those tattoos with my fingers later that night. How she shivered when I kissed the moon behind her ear, her breath catching as my lips brushed against her skin. The way her fingers dug into my shoulders, pulling me closer as if she couldn't get enough. That tattoo became my North Star that night, guiding me to places I'd never been. Ali never asked my last name, and I never offered it. For one night, I wasn't Charles St. James, heir to a fashion empire. I was just Charles, a guy who couldn't take his eyes off a beautiful artist in a bar. No expectations, no family legacy hanging over my head like a goddamn guillotine. Just me and her, existing in the moment. We ended up at her place, this tiny studio apartment cluttered with canvases and paint supplies. Half-finished paintings lined the walls, bursting with color and life. Everything about her space screamed creativity and passion, everything my life lacked. Her home was chaotic but intentional. Tubes of paint organized by color, brushes standing in old coffee mugs, sketches pinned haphazardly to a corkboard. The scent of turpentine and oils hung in the air, mixing with something floral. It was intimate, authentic, raw, the complete opposite of my meticulously designed penthouse with its cold minimalism and carefully curated art pieces that said nothing about who I really was. The sex was... Christ, 5 years later and I still get hard thinking about it. The way she took control, climbing on top of me, her curls wild around her face as she moved. The soft sounds she made. How she knew exactly what she wanted and wasn't afraid to ask for it. In the morning, I had to leave for my flight. She kissed me goodbye at her door, all sleepy eyes and swollen lips. "Don't be a stranger if you're ever back in L.A.," she said. But I never got her number, never got her last name, just Allie, with the paintbrush on her wrist and the moon behind her ear. I wonder where she is now, if she's still painting. If she ever thinks about that night. My phone buzzes again, another text from Jocelyn, jarring me back to reality. Back to this sterile office and the life mapped out for me. I pick up a pen, tapping it against the desk. For a brief moment, I consider searching for Owlie. LA's big, but the art scene isn't infinite. With my connections, I could probably find her. But what would be the point? I'm here to run a business, not chase ghosts from one-night stands, no matter how unforgettable they were.
Chapter 3. Allie. I hit the mute button on my headset and stretch my arms over my head, letting out a groan that's been building since the start of my shift. 4 hours down, 2 to go at the call center, but right now I've got 60 glorious minutes to be something other than a customer service rep getting yelled at about shipping delays. No, ma'am, I completely understand your frustration. I'd said for the 100th time today, my customer service voice firmly in place while my hand sketched angry swirls on my notepad. Let me see what I can do to expedite that order for you. Now I slide my laptop aside and pull out the canvas I've been working on all week. The farmer's market is only 3 days away, and I need at least 2 more pieces to fill out my little booth space. This one's special, a vibrant oceanscape with bold colors that capture the energy of waves crashing against the Santa Monica shoreline. The kind of piece tourists buy to remember their California vacation. I dip my brush into a rich cerulean blue, adding depth to the water. The kitchen table doubles as my studio, covered with a plastic drop cloth to protect it from paint splatters. Not that it matters much. The table's a secondhand find with character marks that tell stories of previous owners. This is the one, I whisper to myself, adding highlights where sunlight would hit the waves. Someone's gonna walk by, stop in their tracks, and just have to have it. Every market day, I tell myself this could be the one where everything changes. Where some gallery owner or wealthy collector happens to stroll by, discovers my work, and changes our lives forever. It hasn't happened yet, but hope is a stubborn little thing. I glance at the photo of Caleb I keep propped against my paint water jar. His school picture from this year, gap-toothed smile, and eyes crinkling at the corners just like mine. Everything I do is for that smile. My phone chimes with a 50-minute break warning. I work faster, adding touches of white foam to the cresting waves. This piece will be priced at $175. Steep enough to make it seem valuable, but accessible enough that someone might splurge. If I sell 3 pieces this weekend, that's the electric bill and half the rent. One day, baby boy, I say to Caleb's photo, one day we're gonna have a place with a real studio for me, with big windows and proper lighting, and you'll have your own room with space for all your toys and those dinosaur posters you keep begging for. I imagine a life where I don't count pennies at the grocery store or negotiate payment plans with utility companies, where Caleb can join soccer without me wincing at the registration fees, where vacation isn't a foreign concept. The farmer's market near the beach is our best shot right now. Tourists with disposable income, locals who value supporting artists, the occasional industry person looking for something authentic. I've seen it happen to others, like with Mariella, who used to set up 2 booths down for me. Now she has her ceramics in boutiques across LA. Trevor, with his quirky street photography, landed a coffee table book deal after the right person walked by. Why not me next? I add my signature to the bottom corner, just Ally B in a flowing script, and set the canvas aside to dry. Time for a quick snack before diving back into customer service hell. As I rinse my brushes, I catch sight of my reflection in the kitchen window. Paint smudged on my cheek, hair pulled back in a messy bun, circles under my eyes from late nights painting after Caleb's asleep. You're a mess, Allie Buckley, I tell my reflection with a tired smile. But a mess with a plan. A mess with talent. A mess who's going to make it somehow. I arrange the finished pieces against the wall, the oceanscape, 2 abstract pieces inspired by city lights, and a smaller landscape of the hills at sunset. They're good, maybe even great, definitely my best work yet. This Saturday, I promise myself, grabbing a granola bar before heading back to my laptop. This Saturday, everything changes. My headset feels heavier as I slip it back on, the weight of 2 lives resting on my ability to juggle everything without dropping a single ball. But for those precious 60 minutes, I wasn't just surviving. I was creating something beautiful, something that might finally build us a bridge to the life we deserve. Thanks for calling Help Desk Support. This is Allie. How can I assist you today? I recite for what feels like the millionth time, forcing enthusiasm into my voice while my eyes burn from staring at the computer screen. The afternoon drags on with calls about forgotten passwords, printer malfunctions, and one particularly memorable customer who insisted his computer was possessed by demons when it was just updating Windows. I jot notes on each case, my hand cramping from the repetitive motion. Have you tried turning it off and back on again? I suggest to my final caller, guiding them through the most basic troubleshooting step that somehow fixes 90% of problems. When the customer exclaims that it worked, I smile despite my exhaustion. Wonderful. Is there anything else I can help you with today? As soon as the call ends, I check the time. 2:45. Perfect. I quickly log out of the system, grab my bag, and head for the door. The California sun hits my face as I step outside, momentarily blinding after hours locked away in my apartment. I slide into my ancient Toyota. The AC works only when it feels like it, and today isn't one of those days. Rolling down the windows, I join the line of parents already forming outside Caleb's elementary school. My mind drifts to dinner plans as I inch forward in the pickup line. There's ground turkey in the fridge that needs to be used. Maybe pasta? I can stretch it with extra veggies, and Caleb won't notice if I use half the meat the recipe calls for. The mental math is automatic now. How to make food dollars stretch, how to transform basic ingredients into something that feels special. The school doors burst open at 3:15. Releasing a flood of small bodies and big energy. I scan the crowd until I spot him, Caleb, with his blue backpack nearly as big as he is, searching the line of cars. When he sees me, his whole face lights up like I'm a celebrity, not just his mom in a beat-up car. Mom! Mom! I got a gold star today. He climbs into the back seat, fumbling with his seatbelt in his excitement. That's amazing, buddy. What for? I help him with the buckle, noticing a new stain on his shirt, which looks like paint. At least it's not food this time. For my dinosaur story, Ms. Garcia said it was creative. He carefully pronounces the word, pride radiating from him. Creative, I correct gently. That's fantastic. I can't wait to read it. As we pull away from the school, Caleb launches into a detailed account of his day. Who shared their snacks, who got in trouble for running in the hallway, what they learned about caterpillars. His enthusiasm is contagious, and I feel the weight of my workday lifting with each animated description. And then, at recess, me and Jaden found this really cool rock that looks exactly like a T-Rex head, and Ms. Garcia let me keep it in my cubby, and tomorrow we're going to paint it." That sounds awesome. I navigate through traffic, mentally calculating how long it'll take us to get home, how much time I'll have to make dinner before needing to start Caleb's bath routine. "Mom, are you listening?" His voice cuts through my planning. "Of course I am." "You found a T-Rex rock with Jaden," I repeat, catching his eyes in the rearview mirror. "Tell me more about your gold star." That's all the invitation he needs to continue his story. His hands gesturing wildly as he describes how Ms. Garcia pinned his dinosaur story to the superstar workboard. I make appropriate sounds of amazement at all the right moments, genuinely proud but also scanning the grocery store signs we pass, remembering we need milk. "Can we have spaghetti tonight?" Caleb asks, somehow reading my dinner thoughts. That's exactly what I was thinking. With extra cheese? And meatballs? His hopeful voice makes me smile. "You bet. Special dinner for my Gold Star winner." The truth is, I'd planned to stretch that ground turkey as far as possible, but I'll make the meatballs a little smaller, add more breadcrumbs. He won't notice, and it'll make him feel celebrated. At a red light, I glance back at him. He's looking out the window now, humming to himself, small fingers tapping against his dinosaur lunchbox. My beautiful boy. The reason I push through exhaustion, the reason I answer one more customer call, the reason I stay up painting when I should be sleeping. "Hey, Caleb." "Yeah?" "I love you more than all the stars in the sky." He grins, revealing the gap where his front tooth is missing. "I love you more than all the dinosaurs that ever lived."
Chapter 4. Charles. I take another sip of my kale mango smoothie, pretending to listen as Jocelyn drones on about her latest photo shoot. The Santa Monica Farmers Market bustles around us, a colorful maze of produce stalls, artisanal goods, and locals mingling with tourists. It's exactly the kind of authentic LA experience I wanted this morning. What I didn't want was Jocelyn attaching herself to my Saturday like some designer parasite. So the photographer was like, "Jocelyn, you're giving me everything." And I was like, "I know, right?" She flips her hair over her shoulder, nearly taking out an old lady examining tomatoes. That's when I thought, this would be perfect for your family's spring collection. I could totally be the face of St. James West Coast. I force a smile. That's an interesting thought. Interesting? It's brilliant. She pulls out her phone, swiping through a series of professionally shot photos. Look at these angles. My cheekbones were made for your brand aesthetic. The photos are good, I'll give her that. Professional, polished, and completely soulless. Exactly what St. James doesn't need more of. "I'll think about it," I say, steering us toward a stall selling handcrafted jewelry. Anything to change the subject. "Don't just think about it. Make it happen." She grabs my arm, her fingers digging in like talons. "Your father always said I had the perfect look for St. James." Of course he did. My father would say anything to keep me tethered to women from the right families with the right connections. Women like Jocelyn, who view marriage as a business merger and children as brand extensions. "I'll run it by the marketing team," I lie, knowing damn well I'll do no such thing. The last thing I need is to work with Jocelyn. Professional boundaries don't exist in her vocabulary. She squeals, clapping her hands together. Perfect. I can send over my portfolio this afternoon. A street musician starts playing nearby, his guitar case open for tips. The simple melody cuts through the market chatter, offering a brief respite from Jocelyn's relentless self-promotion. "Look, there's a booth with those little honey sticks you like," I say, pointing to distract her. "Ooh, content opportunity!" She immediately pulls out her phone, composing an imaginary shot with her hands. If I pose with local honey, it'll totally boost my sustainability cred on Instagram. Jesus Christ. I watch as she approaches the honey vendor, already recording herself. "Hey guys, it's your girl Jocelyn coming to you live from the Santa Monica Farmers Market, where I'm supporting local beekeepers because, save the bees. The vendor, a weathered man in his 60s, looks thoroughly unimpressed as Jocelyn poses with his products, narrating how she's obsessed with raw honey, despite never having mentioned it once in the 3 years I've known her. This is the Jocelyn special, performing authenticity for an audience that doesn't exist beyond her inflated follower count. Half of them are probably bots anyway. I hang back, sipping my smoothie and scanning the market. That's when I spot a row of art booths at the far end. Painters, photographers, and craftspeople displaying their work. Something pulls me in that direction. Curiosity, maybe, or just the desperate need to escape Jocelyn's influencer routine. I'm going to check out the art section, I call to her. She barely looks up from her phone. Get me in your store if you see something cute. I walk away without responding, relief washing over me with each step of distance. The art section is quieter, more my speed. I browse through photography prints of LA landmarks, handmade ceramics, and watercolor landscapes. Nothing extraordinary, but there's something refreshing about seeing creative work that isn't filtered through focus groups and marketing strategies. My phone buzzes. Jocelyn, of course. Where are you? Found these amazing organic face scrubs. Need your opinion for my story. I slide the phone back into my pocket without responding. Let her hunt me down if she's that desperate. I've got at least 10 minutes of peace before she locates me in this crowd. 10 minutes to just be Charles, not Charles St. James. 10 minutes to breathe without someone wanting something from me. 10 minutes to remember why I used to love LA before it became just another business obligation. Maybe that's what I'm really looking for in these art booths. Not just escape from Jocelyn, but a glimpse of something real. Something like what I found 5 years ago with a woman whose full name I never even learned. I turned down another row of art booths, scanning the displays with mild interest. Watercolors of palm trees, photographs of the Venice canals, handmade jewelry spread across folding tables, all the usual farmers' market fare. Nothing that would stop traffic in a gallery, but honest work from people following their passion. Something I respect more than I'd admit to my father. Then I see her. My heart slams against my ribs like it's trying to escape. There, arranging paintings on a portable display rack, is Allie. 5 years older, but unmistakable. Those same dark curls now pulled back in a messy bun with a few strands escaping around her face. The paintbrush tattoo on her wrist visible as she adjusts a canvas. I freeze, suddenly aware of my pounding pulse. Is this real? Am I projecting some fantasy onto a stranger who merely resembles her? But then she turns slightly, and I catch sight of the small crescent moon tattoo behind her ear. Damn, it's really her. She's focused on organizing her display, completely unaware of my presence. I watch as she speaks to someone just out of view, her smile lighting up her entire face. She steps back, revealing a young boy, maybe 4 or 5 years old, sitting on a small stool next to her booth, coloring in a sketch pad. My breath catches. The kid has a wild mop of curly hair, lighter than Ali's, and when he looks up at her, I can see his eyes even from here. Bright blue, like mine. Something clicks into place, a puzzle piece I didn't know was missing. The timing, the resemblance, the way my chest tightens looking at this child I've never met. I approach the booth slowly, as if moving too quickly might make them both disappear. Ali is busy with a customer, explaining something about her oceanscape painting with animated gestures. I hang back, examining her work while stealing glances at the boy. He's definitely biracial, with features that are a perfect blend of Ali and, damn, of me. The blue eyes aren't just similar to mine. They're identical. Same shape, same shade. He's even got the same slight crease in his right earlobe. The customer walks away without buying anything, and Ali turns, finally noticing me. Her expression shifts from professional smile to shock in an instant. Those brown eyes widen, her lips parting slightly as recognition dawns. Charles. Her voice is barely above a whisper. Hey, Ali. I managed to sound casual despite the earthquake happening inside me. I thought that was you. What are you? She stops, glancing down at the boy, then back at me. How did you find me? I didn't. Pure coincidence. I gesture around us. I was just checking out the market. She looks like she's seen a ghost. Maybe she has. I'm sure as hell feeling like one, suspended between my past and what appears to be a future I never knew existed. Your work is amazing, I say, nodding toward her paintings. The compliment is genuine. Her art is vibrant, emotional, alive in a way that the sterile corporate pieces in my office could never be. Thanks. She's still staring at me like I might vanish. Her hand moves instinctively to the boy's shoulder, protective. I look at her paintings, buying time while my brain processes the bomb that just dropped in my life. Blue-eyed child who's the perfect age to have been conceived almost 6 years ago. In Silver Lake, during the best night of my life. I'll take this one, I say, pointing to a smaller piece. A sunset over what looks like the Hollywood Hills, painted with bold strokes and rich colors. You want to buy my painting? She sounds incredulous. I do. I pull out my wallet. How much? $175, she says automatically, then adds, but you don't have to. I want to. I hand her $200 bills. Keep the change. Our fingers brush during the exchange, and that same electricity from 5 years ago zips through me. From her sharp intake of breath, I know she feels it too. Silver Lake, I say quietly. That dive bar with the sticky floors and terrible drinks. 5 years ago. She nods slowly. I remember. The boy tugs at her shirt. Mom, can I have my snack now? In a minute, Caleb, she says, not taking her eyes off me. Caleb! His name is Caleb! I carefully take the painting she's wrapped in brown paper. I should let you get back to your customers. But I'd really like to talk, properly. I pull out a business card and write my personal cell on the back. Call me. Whenever works for you. She takes the card, staring at the embossed St. James logo on the front. St. James? As in the fashion brand? That's the one. I offer a smile that doesn't quite reach my eyes. There's a lot we should probably discuss. She nods, still looking stunned. Yeah, I guess there is. I take one last look at Caleb, my son, before turning to leave. It was really good to see you again, Allie. You too, Charles, she says softly. I walk away with her painting tucked under my arm, my entire world tilted on its axis. Behind me, I hear Caleb ask, Who was that man, Mommy?
Chapter 5. Allie. I'm 3 days into overthinking this meeting when I finally text Charles. My finger hovers over the send button for a full 5 minutes before I hit it. Simple. Direct. This is Allie. Coffee tomorrow at 1 p.m.? There's a place called Groundwork near downtown. His reply comes within seconds. I'll be there. Looking forward to it. Now I'm sitting in Groundwork coffee, my leg bouncing under the table like I'm auditioning for a nervous breakdown. I've changed outfits 4 times this morning after dropping Caleb at school. Settled on jeans and my favorite blue blouse. The one that doesn't scream, struggling single mom, or trying too hard. The bell above the door chimes, and there he is. Charles St. James. Even more gorgeous than I remembered, in dark jeans and a crisp white button-down that really accentuates the veins in his forearms. Every woman in the place turns to look. Can't blame them. He spots me immediately, a smile spreading across his face as he approaches. Allie. The way he says my name sends a shiver down my spine. Thanks for meeting me. Thanks for coming. I sound like a customer service rep, which I am. Technically. Great start. What can I get you? He gestures toward the counter. Just a latte is fine. Food. Have you eaten? I start to say I'm not hungry, but my stomach betrays me with a growl. Maybe a sandwich? He returns 10 minutes later balancing 2 coffees, a sandwich for me and some fancy avocado toast for himself. I notice how the barista keeps glancing his way, a flush on her cheeks. So, he says, sliding into the seat across from me. That was quite a surprise the other day. You're telling me... I take a sip of coffee to steady myself. I never expected to see you again. And I never expected to discover I have a son. His directness catches me off guard. No dancing around it. He's mine, right? Caleb? Yes. No point denying what those identical blue eyes make obvious. He's yours. Charles nods slowly, processing. The coffee shop buzzes around us, but in our little corner, time seems to stand still. His jaw tightens, then relaxes. Why didn't you tell me? His voice is low, controlled, but I can hear the hurt underneath. I didn't know how to find you. I pick at my sandwich, tearing off a small piece of crust. We spent one night together. You never gave me your last name, just Charles. No phone number. I searched everywhere. I woke up and you were gone, like some kind of dream. I had an early flight. He runs a hand through his hair, those veins in his forearm flexing with the movement. I swear to God, Allie, I left a note with my number on the nightstand. I even put it under your phone so you'd see it first thing. There was no note when I woke up. I remember searching the entire apartment frantically, checking under the bed, behind furniture, even digging through the trash, desperately hoping for some way to contact him. I looked everywhere, multiple times. Damn. He looks genuinely distressed, his blue eyes clouding with regret. It must have fallen. Or maybe the cleaning service. Damn, I don't know. I'm so sorry, Allie. I never would have just... He stops, shaking his head. I'm not that guy. The sincerity in his voice melts some of my defenses. For 5 years, I've painted him in my mind as careless, selfish, another rich boy playing with people's feelings. Now I'm not so sure. The way his fingers grip his coffee cup, knuckles almost white. That's not the body language of someone making excuses. Tell me about him, Charles says, leaning forward, his coffee forgotten. About Caleb. Everything, please. There's a hunger in his eyes I recognize. The look of someone who's realized they've missed something precious. So I do. I tell him about Caleb's first steps, his obsession with dinosaurs and aliens, and his 2 favorite plushies, Puppy and Kitty. How he can already read at a 1st grade level, his talent for drawing. Charles listens with such intensity, like he's memorizing every detail. He sounds amazing, he says when I pause for breath. You've done an incredible job with him. I've tried. My throat tightens. It hasn't been easy. I can imagine. His eyes soften. And your art? You're still painting? Between shifts at a call center and raising Caleb. Not exactly the career I dreamed of, but I'm making it work. Your paintings are beautiful, Allie. Seriously, you've got real talent. His compliment warms me more than it should. Thanks. It keeps me sane. How's the market scene treating you? Some days are good, some aren't. I'm trying to get into a gallery, but I shrug. It's competitive. Charles nods thoughtfully. I know some people in the art world. Maybe I could... I don't need that, Charles. I don't need charity. I cut in, sharper than intended. Not charity. Connections. There's a difference. His phone buzzes on the table, then again, and again. I catch glimpses of notifications flooding his screen before he flips it over. Popular guy, I comment, trying to sound casual. Work never stops. He grimaces. Sorry about that. But I saw the names. Jennifer, Madison, text with heart emojis, a dating app notification. Reality check. Charles St. James isn't just any guy. He's rich, gorgeous, and clearly in demand. So what happens now? I ask, steering us back to the reason we're here. I want to be part of Caleb's life. No hesitation. If you'll let me. And how exactly would that work? You jet-setting around the world while dropping in occasionally to play dad? His jaw tightens. That's not fair. I didn't know he existed until 3 days ago. You're right. I take a deep breath. I'm sorry. This is just a lot. For both of us. His phone buzzes again. He ignores it this time. Look, I'm not going anywhere. I'm leading the West Coast office for my family's company, so I anticipate staying around for quite some time. I want to meet him, Allie. Caleb. My son. The way he says, my son, sends a strange flutter through my chest. I know this is sudden, and I understand if you're hesitant, but I'd like to be part of his life. Just like that? I can't help the skepticism in my voice. You've known about him for all of 3 days, and I've already missed 5 years. His jaw tightens. I don't want to miss another day if I can help it. I study his face, looking for any sign of insincerity. This isn't like borrowing a book, Charles. This is a child. My child. Our child. I correct myself, the words feeling strange on my tongue. It's complicated. I know that. He runs a hand through his hair. Look, we can start slow. I could come to your apartment or meet you at a park. Whatever makes you comfortable, He pauses, collecting himself. I need to meet him, Allie. And then what? You breeze in and out of his life whenever it's convenient for you? That's not what I want. His voice drops lower, more intense. I want to be there. Consistently. Maybe I could even take him some afternoons while you paint. Give you some time for your art. I blink, surprised by the offer. You do that? Of course. He looks almost offended that I'd question it. I know how important your art is to you. And He hesitates, vulnerability flashing across his face. I've always wanted to be a father, Allie. Even back when we met, I mentioned it, remember? How I wanted a family someday? I do remember. It was one of the things that had drawn me to him that night, how he talked about family with such genuine warmth, while most guys his age were running from commitment. This isn't how I imagined it happening, he continues. But finding out about Caleb, it's like pieces are falling into place. Things I've been searching for without even knowing what I was looking for. His sincerity catches me off guard. This isn't the reaction I expected from a wealthy bachelor suddenly confronted with a child. You really mean that, don't you? Every word. He reaches across the table, not quite touching my hand, but close enough that I can feel the warmth. I know we have a lot to figure out. Logistics, boundaries, all of it. But I want to try. I want to be his dad, if you'll let me. The hope in his eyes is almost painful to witness. I think about Caleb asking about his father, creating elaborate stories about who he might be, where he might be, the pain of not having answers for him. He's asked about you, I admit. I've told him his dad is someone kind and smart who lives far away. Charles swallows hard. And now I'm here. Not far away at all. I take a deep breath. Okay. You can meet him. We'll take it slow, see how it goes. I can hardly believe I'm agreeing to this, but something about Charles's earnestness breaks through my defenses. Maybe this weekend? Sunday afternoon at our place. The smile that spreads across his face is like sunshine breaking through clouds. Sunday is perfect. What time? Around 2? After lunch, but before his afternoon energy crash. 2 it is. He pulls out his phone, typing it in like it's the most important meeting of his life. Maybe it is. Should I bring anything? Does he like dinosaurs? Books? What's he into? I can't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Dinosaurs are a safe bet, and art supplies. He loves to draw. Like his mom, Charles says softly, and something warm unfurls in my chest. Like his mom, I agree. And apparently like his dad, too. I remember your sketches that night. Fashion designs, he says softly. Still doing it, though more on the corporate side these days. I study him for a moment. This man who's about to enter our carefully constructed world. This is really happening, isn't it? If you're okay with it. I search for the right word. Terrified? Hopeful? Both? I'm willing to try, for Caleb's sake. Charles reaches across the table again, and this time his fingers do brush against mine. Thank you, Allie. I promise I won't let either of you down. I want to believe him. God, I want to believe him so badly it hurts. For 5 years I've done this alone, carried every burden, made every decision. The thought of sharing that weight, even a little. One day at a time, I say. As we finish our coffee and make plans for Sunday, I let myself imagine a future where Caleb has his father in his life, where I'm not doing this all alone. It's a dangerous hope, but for the first time in years, I'm willing to risk it.
Chapter 6. Charles. I park my Audi in front of Allie's apartment building, eyeing the neighborhood through my windshield, peeling paint, security bars on windows, a dumpster with graffiti scrawled across it. It's not dangerous exactly, but it's a far cry from the polished high-rises I've been living in. My phone rings again, and Jocelyn's name flashes on the screen. 5th call in the last hour. I answer with a sigh. Charles. Finally. So there's this absolutely insane party tonight at Soho House. Everyone who matters will be there. And Dakota said, "Not interested." I cut in, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel. I told you I have plans. What plans could possibly be more important than networking with the Spielberg crowd? This is LA, Charles. These connections matter. I watch a kid riding his bike on the sidewalk, weaving between cracks in the concrete. I'm meeting someone. A woman? Her voice sharpens. Who? Anyone I know? It's not like that. I glance at the dinosaur coloring book and art supplies on my passenger seat. Look, I can't talk right now. You've been acting weird since the farmer's market. What's going on with you? Nothing's going on. I just have somewhere to be. I check my watch. 1:55. I need to go. Charles, I'll call you tomorrow, Jocelyn. Enjoy your party. I hang up before she can protest and silence my phone. Taking a deep breath, I grab the gifts and exit the car. The stairwell smells like old carpet and someone's cooking. I find apartment 2A and hesitate, suddenly aware of my racing heart. I'm about to meet my son. I knock, and the door swings open almost immediately. Allie stands there in jeans and a faded t-shirt with paint splatters, looking both nervous and beautiful. Hey, she says, stepping back to let me in. Come in. The apartment is tiny but warm. Art supplies compete for space with toys on every surface. A small dining table serves as both eating space and what appears to be Ali's workspace, with canvases leaning against the wall. The sofa has a sheet thrown over it, probably to hide wear and tear. Sorry about the mess, she says, quickly gathering some toys from the floor. It's hard to keep up with Hurricane Caleb. It's perfect, I say, meaning it. This place feels lived in. Loved. So different from my sterile condo with its designer furniture that no one ever sits on. A small face peeks out from behind a door and my heart stops. Those are definitely my eyes staring back at me. Caleb. Allie says gently. Come meet someone special. He approaches cautiously, a stuffed dinosaur clutched to his chest. He's wearing a t-shirt with planets on it, his curly hair wild around his face. Caleb, this is Charles. Allie kneels beside him, her voice steady despite the tension I can see in her shoulders. He's your dad. Caleb's eyes widen, studying me intently. You're my dad? I kneel down to his level, my throat suddenly tight. That's right. I'm really happy to meet you, Caleb. Recognition flashes across his face. You bought Mommy's painting. At the market. That's right. I smile, relieved at the connection. I did. It's hanging in my office now. Do you like dinosaurs? He asks, critical question apparently. I hold up the coloring book and art supplies. I brought these. I heard you might like them. His entire face lights up as he takes the gifts, examining each colored pencil with reverence. Wow. Mom, look. The fancy kind with all the colors. That's very generous, Allie says, her eyes meeting mine with a mixture of gratitude and something else I can't quite read. Can I show you my room? Caleb asks, already grabbing my hand. His tiny fingers wrap around mine and something shifts inside my chest. I'd love that. He pulls me toward a small bedroom off the main living area. It's barely bigger than a closet with a twin bed and a small dresser, but the walls are covered in his artwork. Dinosaurs, planets, and what appears to be a family drawing. Just him and Allie. This is Rexy, he says, showing me his stuffed T-Rex. There's Puppy and Kitty. They're my favorites. And these are my books. And this is where I draw. Mom says I'm good at drawing just like her. And you too. That's right, I say, amazed at how easily he's accepting my presence. I draw clothes, fashion designs. Like shirts and stuff? Exactly like shirts and stuff. He nods seriously. Cool. Can you draw a T-Rex wearing a shirt? I laugh, feeling something loosen in my chest. I absolutely can. Caleb, Allie calls from the doorway. Why don't we let your dad sit down? I made some lemonade. And cookies? Caleb asks hopefully. And cookies, she confirms with a smile. As we settle in the living room, Caleb chattering excitedly about his dinosaur collection, I catch Allie watching us. There's worry in her eyes, but something else too. Hope, maybe. I want to tell her she doesn't need to worry. That meeting this little boy with my eyes and her smile has already changed everything. That I'm not going anywhere. Instead, I accept the lemonade she offers and listen to my son explain why velociraptors are clearly superior to all other dinosaurs, feeling for the first time in years like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. As Caleb shows me his dinosaur drawings, I can't help but steal glances at Allie. She's leaning against the kitchen counter, watching us with a mixture of caution and something softer. The sunlight filtering through the curtains catches in her curls, and for a moment, I'm transported back to that night 5 years ago. Same magnetic pull. Same feeling that something important is happening. Dad, look at this one. It's a velociraptor eating a tree. Caleb holds up his drawing proudly. That's awesome, buddy, I say, genuinely impressed by his attention to detail. Though I think velociraptors mostly ate meat, not trees. I know. He rolls his eyes dramatically. But this one is special. He's a vegetarian velociraptor. Allie laughs, the sound lighting up the small apartment. He's got an answer for everything. Wonder where he gets that from, I tease, catching her eye. She has a beautiful smile on her lips, and my stomach does that ridiculous flip thing I thought I'd outgrown in high school. Are you guys hungry? I ask, checking my watch. It's almost lunchtime. I was going to make sandwiches, Allie starts, but I cut her off. Let me take you both out. There's a place nearby, right? Something casual? Ray's Diner is just down the block, she says hesitantly. Caleb loves their grilled cheese. With the curly fries. Caleb jumps up, dinosaur forgotten. Can we go, Mom? Please? Allie hesitates, and I can see the mental calculations happening behind her eyes. Pride, independence, not wanting to seem like she needs anything from me. My treat, I say softly. Consider it payment for all these amazing dinosaur facts I'm learning. Her expression softens. Okay, Raise it is. Caleb whoops with excitement, already racing to find his shoes. We're going to Raise with Dad. The word Dad hits me square in the chest, knocking the wind out of me in the best possible way. I've been called many things in my life: son, heir, boss, jerk. But Dad tops them all. 10 minutes later, we're walking down the street together. Caleb between us, holding both our hands and occasionally jumping so we'll swing him. Each time, his laughter rings out, drawing smiles from passers-by. Higher, he demands, and I catch Allie's eye over his head. We lift in unison, swinging him higher, and his delighted squeal is worth every business meeting I've ever suffered through. Ray's Diner is exactly what I expected. Worn vinyl booths, laminated menus, and the comforting smell of grilled onions and coffee. The waitress, a middle-aged woman with bright red lipstick, greets Allie and Caleb by name. Your usual booth is open, hun, she says, then gives me a curious once-over. And who's this handsome fella? This is Charles, Allie says, then hesitates. Caleb's father. The waitress's eyebrows shoot up, but she recovers quickly. Well, ain't that nice? Family day out. Family. The word echoes in my head as we slide into the booth, Caleb insisting I sit next to him. They have the best milkshakes, he informs me seriously. Mom only lets me get them on special days. Is today a special day? I ask, glancing at Allie. She meets my gaze, something vulnerable flickering in her eyes. I think it might be. The waitress returns with water and takes our orders. Grilled cheese and chocolate milkshake for Caleb, club sandwich for Allie, burger for me. As she walks away, my phone vibrates in my pocket. Then again, and again. I pull it out to silence it and see the screen lit up with notifications. 3 texts from Jocelyn, a dating app match alert, and messages from Madison and Tiffany, women I've been casually seeing. Nothing serious, just the revolving door of meaningless connections that's defined my love life since Allie glanced up to find her watching me, that familiar wariness creeping back into her expression. Don't mind me, she comments, echoing her words from the coffee shop. You have nothing to worry about, I say, making a decision. I open the dating app and hit delete. Confirm gone. Then I block Jocelyn's number and silence the others. I'll deal with them later. What are you doing? Allie asks, curiosity replacing the wariness. Spring cleaning, I reply, slipping my phone back into my pocket. Some things aren't important anymore. She studies me for a moment like she's trying to solve a puzzle. And what is important? I look at Caleb, happily coloring the kids' menu with crayons, then back at her. This. Being here. With both of you. The waitress arrives with Caleb's milkshake, breaking the moment. But something has shifted between us. The tension is still there, but it's different now. Charged with possibility rather than caution. As Caleb chatters about his school friends and his favorite dinosaurs, occasionally offering me sips of his milkshake while reminding me, but only tiny ones, Dad, because it's mine. I catch Allie watching us. There's a softness in her eyes I haven't seen before, a crack in the armor she's built around herself and our son. When our food arrives, Caleb insists on saying grace, something that clearly surprises Allie. We don't usually... She starts, but I squeeze her hand lightly across the table. I'd love to hear Caleb's grace, I say. Caleb folds his hands dramatically and closes his eyes tight. Thank you for this food, and for my mom and for my dad coming to see us, and for dinosaurs and for Ray making the best grilled cheese ever. Amen! Amen, Allie and I echo together, our eyes meeting over Caleb's head. In that moment, watching her smile at our son, I know with absolute certainty that I want to pursue this, Whatever this is between us. Not just co-parenting, not just friendship. Everything. The whole damn fairy tale I never thought I wanted until I walked into that farmer's market and saw her again. 5 years ago, I lost her by accident. This time, I'm not letting her go. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 7. Allie. I spread the beach blanket over the sand, watching Caleb race toward the shoreline with unbridled excitement. It's been 2 weeks since Charles walked back into our lives, and somehow we've fallen into a rhythm I never expected. Weekend outings, impromptu dinners, phone calls that stretch late into the night after Caleb's asleep. "Mommy, look!" Caleb shouts, jumping over a small wave that crashes against his ankles. His laughter carries across the beach, pure and uninhibited. "I see you, baby," I call back, smiling despite the nervous flutter in my stomach. Charles sets the cooler down beside me. Perfect day for this. He's right. The sun hangs high in a cloudless sky, and a light breeze keeps the heat from becoming oppressive. Santa Monica Beach stretches before us, dotted with colorful umbrellas and families enjoying the weekend. I can't remember the last time I came to the beach, I admit, digging through my bag for sunscreen. Seriously? You live in LA. Single mom, remember? Between work and Caleb, there's not much time for beach days. Something shifts in his expression. That flash of regret I've come to recognize whenever the reality of what he's missed hits him. "Well, we're here now," he says, his voice firm with resolve. I nod, pulling off my oversized t-shirt to reveal the swimsuit underneath. It's a simple one-piece, modest by most standards, but I still feel exposed. My fingers instinctively trace the stretch marks on my thighs, battle scars from carrying Caleb. Charles catches the gesture. He leans close, his voice low so only I can hear. "You look beautiful, Allie." I swallow down the knot in my throat. You don't have to say that. I know, I want to. His eyes hold mine, sincere and steady. Those marks tell a story. Something warm unfurls in my chest. Before I can respond, Caleb comes running up, sand clinging to his wet feet. "Dad, come see the shells I found and help me build a castle." Charles grins, standing up. "Duty calls? You coming?" "I'll watch from here for a bit," I say, needing a moment to collect myself. I watch as Charles jogs after Caleb. He scoops our son up, spinning him around until Caleb's giggles echo across the beach. Then he sets him down gently, kneeling to examine whatever treasure Caleb has discovered. When Charles pulls his shirt over his head, tossing it back toward our blanket, I nearly choke on my water. I knew he was fit. The tailored shirts he wears hint at a well-maintained physique, but this is something else entirely. Broad shoulders taper to a narrow waist, his back a landscape of defined muscle that shifts as he bends to help Caleb dig in the sand. A tattoo curves around his right shoulder blade, some kind of geometric design that disappears down his side. 5 years ago, our encounter had been rushed, passionate, and mostly in the dark. I'd felt his body against mine, but seeing him now in the harsh light of day is educational. "Get it together, Allie," I mutter to myself, forcing my gaze away. But it keeps drifting back, to the way he laughs with his whole body when Caleb dumps a handful of wet sand on his leg, to how carefully he shows our son how to pack sand into the bucket to create perfect castle towers, to the genuine joy on his face, so different from the guarded businessman who walked into my booth at the farmer's market. They worked together, Charles following Caleb's elaborate architectural plans with serious dedication. When the castle is complete, they high-five, and Caleb throws his arms around Charles's neck in a spontaneous hug that makes my heart constrict. "Mommy!" Caleb calls, waving frantically. "Come see our castle." I walk over, admiring their creation. Very impressive engineering, gentlemen. "Dad says we need a moat," Caleb explains, already digging around the perimeter. "Every castle needs proper defenses," Charles agrees solemnly, but his eyes find mine, playful and warm. A droplet of seawater trails down his chest, and I track its path before I can stop myself. When I look up, he's watching me, a slow smile spreading across his face. "See something you like?" he asks quietly, just for me. "You wish?" I retort, but there's no heat behind it. His grin widens. "I do, actually." The honesty in his voice catches me off guard. This man isn't the boy I met 5 years ago. He's confident, direct, and somehow both exactly the same and completely different. And God help me, I'm still attracted to him. Maybe even more than before. "Mom, help us with the moat." Caleb tugs at my hand, oblivious to the charged moment between his parents. I let him pull me down to the sand, grateful for the distraction. But as the three of us work together, laughing and building, I can't help but wonder if we're creating something more permanent than just a sandcastle. The sun warms my skin as I pat sand into place around the castle's base. Charles sits across from me, his strong hands carefully carving windows into the main tower with precision that surprises me. Caleb darts between us, adding shells and sticks as decorations, with the serious concentration only a 5-year-old can muster. "We need a flag," Caleb announces, standing back to assess our creation. "Every castle needs a flag," Charles agrees. He pulls a napkin from our beach bag and finds a stick. "Here, buddy. Draw whatever you want on this." Caleb's face lights up as he takes the makeshift flag materials. He plops down in the sand, tongue poking out in concentration as he draws with the markers I packed. "You're good with him," I say quietly, smoothing the sand around the moat. Charles shrugs, but I catch the pleased smile he tries to hide. "It's easy. He's a great kid." "You say that like it's nothing, but..." I trail off, not wanting to ruin the moment by bringing up the 5 years he missed. "But I missed everything," he finishes, his voice low. "I know. I think about it all the time." The honesty in his voice catches me off guard. I look up, meeting his gaze. "I'm not trying to make you feel guilty." "I know." He reaches across the castle, his fingers brushing sand from my wrist. "But I am. And I want to make up for it, with both of you." His touch lingers, warm against my skin. I should pull away, protect myself from falling for him again, but I don't. "Look!" Caleb's excited shout breaks the moment. He holds up his flag, a crude drawing of 3 stick figures holding hands. "It's us." My heart squeezes as Charles takes the flag with reverence. "This is perfect, Caleb. Best castle flag I've ever seen." He plants it carefully at the top of the tallest tower, And Caleb claps with delight. Can I go look for shells now? He asks, already eyeing the wet sand near the water's edge. Stay where we can see you, I call as he takes off, zigzagging down the beach. Charles and I sit back, watching Caleb dart along the shoreline, stopping every few feet to examine something in the sand. He's fearless, Charles says, pride evident in his voice. He must get that from you, I reply. I'm the cautious one. Not that night at the dive bar, he reminds me, his voice dropping to a timbre that sends heat crawling up my neck. That was different. Was it? His pinky finger brushes against mine in the sand between us. Deliberate. Testing. I should move my hand. I don't. Mom. Dad. Look what I found. Caleb comes running back, his cupped hands held carefully in front of him. He kneels between us, slowly opening his palms to reveal a tiny sand crab, no bigger than a quarter. Whoa, careful, buddy, Charles says, leaning in. Those little guys can pinch. He's friendly, Caleb insists. I named him Fred. I laugh. Fred the crab. Perfect. Can we keep him? Caleb asks hopefully. Fred would be sad away from his family, Charles explains gently, but we can watch him for a bit before letting him go home. Caleb nods solemnly, accepting this wisdom. I'll find him a good spot. He moves a few feet away, creating a small sand pit for his new friend. Charles's hand shifts closer, his fingers deliberately intertwining with mine in the sand. My breath catches. It's such a simple touch, but it sends electricity racing up my arm. This is nice, he says quietly, his thumb tracing circles on my skin. I feel like a teenager again, heart racing from just holding hands. Yeah, it is. He smiles, that devastating smile that first caught my attention 5 years ago. I like spending time with you both. More than anything I've done in years. Even more than fancy business meetings, I tease, trying to lighten the intensity between us. Screw business meetings, he says, so only I can hear. This, you and Caleb, this is real. The sincerity in his voice steals my breath. I want to believe him, want to trust that this isn't temporary, that he won't disappear again. Mom! Dad! I found another one. Caleb calls, holding up another tiny crab. Charles squeezes my hand once before letting go. Coming, buddy? As he jogs over to inspect Caleb's new discovery, I watch them together. Dark curls and sandy blonde bent over tiny creatures in the sand, matching expressions of wonder on their faces. And despite all my defenses, I feel something crack open in my chest. Optimism.
Chapter 8. Charles. I adjust my tie and run a hand through my hair before clicking accept on the video call. My father's face appears on screen, stern and expectant as always. Charles, you're looking well. His gaze is sharp, assessing. The St. James family greeting. Clinical evaluation first, personal connection second. Thanks, Dad. How's Boston? I lean back in my ergonomic chair, projecting the confidence he expects. Cold, but profitable. He smirks. Your mother's redecorating the Beacon Hill house again. Third time this year? Fourth. He waves dismissively. Let's talk business. How's the West Coast expansion progressing? I straighten, shifting into corporate mode. We're ahead of schedule. Office is fully operational, staff is competent. I've been meeting with potential clients all week. Numbers, Charles. Give me numbers. I pull up the spreadsheet I prepared, sharing my screen. We've secured contracts with 4 major retailers already. Projected first quarter revenue is 15% above initial estimates. His eyebrows raise slightly, the William St. James equivalent of jumping for joy. Impressive. What about the new line? Any progress there? I've been developing a concept for a capsule collection. I clicked to the next slide, showing the mood board I created. Urban sophistication with California ease. High-end casual wear that transitions from office to evening. He leans closer to his screen. The color palette is unexpected. That's the point. We need to differentiate ourselves from competitors. I'm thinking rich earth tones, desert-inspired neutrals with strategic pops of color. The ideas flow easily. This part, the creative side, has always come naturally to me. If only my father would let me focus on design instead of profit margins. And models? You know how crucial the right faces are for brand positioning. I've scheduled meetings with 3 top agencies next week. I'm also pursuing exclusivity with Madeline Chen. Her social media reach is unparalleled. Dad nods approvingly. Good. She has the right image for St. James. As I continue detailing marketing strategies and production timelines, my mind drifts to yesterday. Caleb's laughter as waves chased him up the beach. Ali's hand in mine, warm and hesitant, but not pulling away. The way she looked at me when she thought I wasn't noticing. Charles? Are you listening? I snapped back to attention. Sorry. What was that? I asked about potential obstacles. What challenges are you anticipating? Nothing we can't handle. I forced myself to focus. Some supply chain issues with the Italian textiles, but I'm working on alternatives. He studies me through the screen. You seem distracted today. Just a lot on my mind. The transition's been complex. This is a critical time, Charles. The board is watching this expansion closely. Your performance here determines your future with the company. The implied threat hangs between us. My future. As if I have any say in it. I understand. The words taste bitter. Good. He glances at his watch. I have another call. Send me the updated projections by Friday. I should tell him about Ali and Caleb, about the son he doesn't know exists. The words sit heavy on my tongue. By the way, Dad, you have a grandson. He's 5, brilliant, and has your eyes. Oh, and I'm falling for his mother. But I can already picture his reaction, the calculated assessment of how this situation might affect the St. James brand, the questions about paternity tests and non-disclosure agreements, the way he'd reduce Ali and Caleb to problems requiring solutions. Was there something else, Charles? His impatience is palpable. No, nothing else. Good. Your mother sends her love. He disconnects before I can respond. I lean back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. The office suddenly feels suffocating, all glass and chrome and expectation. My phone buzzes with the text. Ali. Caleb wants to know if you're still coming for dinner tomorrow. He's planning to show you his new alien book. Something warm spreads through my chest. I type back immediately. Wouldn't miss it. Tell him I'm an expert on UFOs. Her response comes quickly. You'll be tested thoroughly. He's very serious about astronomy this week. I smile, picturing Caleb's serious expression as he quizzes me on space facts. Then I imagine Ali in her kitchen, cooking dinner for us, maybe wearing those paint-splattered jeans that hug her curves just right. I stare at my phone, still smiling at Ali's text. The thought of dinner with her and Caleb tomorrow night makes the sterile office feel a little less suffocating. For the first time in years, I'm looking forward to something that has nothing to do with the family business. My phone rings, the screen lighting up with William St. James. What the hell? We just finished talking. Dad, everything okay? Charles. His voice is brisk, all business. Something slipped my mind during our call. The marketing team just brought it to my attention. I lean back in my chair, instantly on guard. What's that? Jocelyn Ezekiel? You know her, correct? My stomach tightens at the name. Yeah, I know Jocelyn. Too well. The woman who's been blowing up my phone since I landed in LA, desperate to rekindle whatever we had 3 years ago. Excellent. We want her for the spring campaign. What? I sit up straight. Why? Her social media presence is exploding. Over 2 million followers across platforms, and she's got that grungy West Coast girl look that perfectly complements what you described for the new line. This can't be happening. Dad, there are dozens of models in LA with that aesthetic and similar followings. Jocelyn isn't the right fit for what we're doing. The team disagrees. Her engagement metrics are exceptional, particularly with our target demographic. Of course, they've already run the numbers. There are complications with Jocelyn. What complications? His voice sharpens. Personal complications, Charles. I run a hand through my hair, searching for a professional way to say, I slept with her years ago, and she's been obsessively trying to get back together ever since. We have history. It would make working together challenging. History? He scoffs. You mean you slept with her? Dad. Grow up, Charles. This is business. Your personal entanglements are irrelevant when it comes to what's best for the company. I clench my jaw, staring out at the LA skyline. There are better options. Name one with her metrics and availability. I rack my brain but come up empty. Jocelyn's been climbing the influencer ladder aggressively, and her recent viral campaign for a competing brand put her on every marketing director's radar. That's what I thought, he says into my silence. Secure her for the campaign. The team will send over the contract details. And if she's difficult to work with, if she makes inappropriate advances, then handle it professionally. You're a St. James. Act like one. The implied threat hangs between us. I've already pushed back against the family once, trying to launch my own line in New York. That rebellion was swiftly crushed, my funding pulled, my contacts mysteriously drying up. My father made it clear. Play by his rules or don't play at all. Now I have Caleb to think about, a son I barely know but already can't imagine losing. And Ali. The connection we're rebuilding feels fragile, precious. Fine, I concede, the word tasting bitter. I'll reach out to her agent. No need. I've already spoken to him. Jocelyn will be expecting your call to discuss creative direction. Make it happen, Charles. The line goes dead before I can respond. Damn! I slam my hand on the desk, sending a stack of reports scattering to the floor. Working with Jocelyn means letting her back into my life. She doesn't understand boundaries, doesn't take no for an answer. And now she'll have my father's explicit approval to push her way in. My phone buzzes with a text. Speak of the devil. Heard the amazing news from my agent. Can't wait to be the face of St. James. Drinks tonight to celebrate. I know exactly what you like. I drop the phone like it's burning my hand. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Jocelyn will use this opportunity to push for more than a professional relationship, and my father will expect me to handle it professionally while delivering results. Meanwhile, I'm trying to build something real with Ali and Caleb, something honest and meaningful. I glance at the photo on my desk, not the staged one of my parents, but the one I added yesterday. Caleb at the beach, grinning with a bucket of seashells, the sun catching his blue eyes. My eyes. Jocelyn can't know about them. Not yet. She'd see Ali as competition, Caleb as an obstacle. She'd run straight to the gossip blogs with news of the St. James heir's secret love child. I pick up my phone again, looking at Ali's last text. He's very serious about astronomy this week. Everything I want is right there. A real connection, a family, a chance to be more than just the St. James heir. But my father's made his expectations clear. Secure Jocelyn for the campaign. Make it happen. Keep the business growing. I type a response to Jocelyn, each word carefully chosen. Looking forward to working together professionally. My assistant will schedule a meeting with the creative team next week to discuss the campaign direction. My life just complicated itself in a matter of seconds.
Chapter 9. Allie. After days of Charles being such a good presence in our lives, he has finally asked me the one thing I've been secretly hoping for. I stare at my phone, reading Charles's text for the 5th time. Just us. Dinner tomorrow night? I know a great sushi place downtown. My stomach flips. A real date. Not just hanging out while Caleb builds Lego spaceships or watching Disney movies with popcorn between us on the couch. Mommy, is this alien purple or blue? Caleb holds up his coloring book, crayon poised. Definitely purple, I say, putting my phone down. Aliens are always purple. No, they're not. Mr. Jacob says aliens could be any color, even invisible. I laugh, ruffling his curls. Well, Mr. Jacobs is very interesting. My phone buzzes again. I'll arrange childcare. Trust me. Say yes. I bite my lip. It's been weeks of this dance. Charles showing up with coffee in the mornings, helping Caleb with his homework, lingering in my kitchen after Caleb goes to bed. Each time staying a little longer, sitting a little closer. But dinner alone feels significant, official, terrifying. Who's going to watch Caleb? My usual sitter's busy. His response comes quickly. My assistant's sister is a professional nanny. Background checked, CPR certified, references available. She's amazing with kids. I laugh out loud. Of course, Charles has a solution ready. He's probably had this planned for days. Okay, yes. The next evening, I'm a nervous wreck. The nanny, Lucia, arrives early, winning Caleb over immediately with her knowledge of constellations, and promised to help him identify stars from our balcony. You look beautiful, Charles says when I open the door. His eyes travel from my curls, which are actually cooperating for once, down to the simple black dress I panic bought yesterday. Thanks. I grab my purse, trying to ignore how good he looks in dark jeans and black button-down shirt. Caleb, I'm leaving. Be good for Lucia. Bye, Mom. Dad, did you know Jupiter has 79 moons? 79? That's excessive, Charles calls back, making Caleb giggle. In the car, Charles reaches over and takes my hand. Relax. It's just dinner. I know, it's just been a while since I've done this. I gesture vaguely between us. What? Eaten food? I've seen you devour pizza with impressive enthusiasm. I swat his arm. You know what I mean. Dating. His smile softens. I know. Me too. Real dating, anyway. The restaurant is sleek and minimalist, with soft lighting and bamboo accents. The hostess leads us to a corner table, slightly secluded from the rest. I should warn you, I say as we sit. I'm terrible with chopsticks. Charles grins. I was counting on it. After ordering, he hands me chopsticks with a challenging look. I attempt to pick up a piece of edamame and drop it immediately. See? Hopeless. I laugh, trying again. Here. He reaches over, repositioning my fingers. Like this. His touch sends warmth up my arm. I manage to grab the edamame, but drop it halfway to my mouth. You're doing that on purpose, he accuses, blue eyes sparkling. I'm not. I swear I'm just uncoordinated. When our sushi arrives, a gorgeous array of colorful rolls, Charles watches me struggle through 3 failed attempts before sliding a fork beside my plate. Don't tell anyone I allowed this sacrilege, he whispers with a cute wink. My lips are sealed. I stab a piece of California roll triumphantly. So how's work going for you? His smile falters slightly. Let's not talk about work tonight. That bad? He reaches for my hand across the table. I've spent every day this week in meetings, dealing with my father's expectations and handling horrible hires that I'm forced to keep on the team. Tonight I just want to be with you. Something warm unfurls in my chest. I can work with that. As we eat, the conversation flows easily. He asks about my art, actually listening when I explain my newest series. I ask about his childhood, laughing at stories of boarding school rebellions. I can't believe you snuck a gerbil into your principal's office, I say, stealing a piece of his dragon roll with my fork. Why would anyone do something like that? The best part was watching him try to explain it to the board of trustees. Charles's eyes crinkle when he laughs, making him look younger, freer. When his phone buzzes, he glances at it, then turns it face down. Sorry. Work? Yeah, he admits. One of these models? She's persistent. Should I be worried? I keep my tone light, but the question is real. Charles meets my eyes. No, not even slightly. The certainty in his voice makes me believe him. Good, I say. Because I'm terrible with chopsticks, but I bet I could stab someone pretty effectively with this fork. His laughter draws glances from nearby tables, but he doesn't seem to care. And for the first time in years, neither do I. After dinner ends, and the last piece of California roll disappears between us, Charles pays the bill, waving away my offer to split it. Would you want to take a walk? He asks, his eyes lingering on mine. There's a nice little area with shops just down the block. Nothing fancy, but it's a beautiful night. I'd like that, I say, checking my phone. Lucia sent a picture of Caleb fast asleep, surrounded by his astronomy books. Charles smiles. Smart kid, already studying in his sleep. Outside, the night air feels electric against my skin. Charles offers his arm, and I slip my hand through it, feeling the solid warmth of his bicep beneath his shirt. We walk in comfortable silence for a moment, street lamps casting golden pools of light on the sidewalk. This is nice, I say, trying not to focus on how perfectly we fit together, how natural it feels. I haven't done anything like this in, 5 years. Since Caleb? I nod. Dating as a single mom isn't exactly simple. Most guys hear, I have a kid, and suddenly remember urgent appointments across town. Their loss, Charles says, his voice low. Seriously, Caleb's amazing. He is. I can't help the pride that swells in my chest. And he really loves having you around. The feeling's mutual. Charles guides me around a couple taking selfies. I never thought I'd enjoy reading bedtime stories about farting dinosaurs so much. I laugh. That's his favorite book this month. Last month, it was all about trucks. We stop in front of a small art gallery, closed for the night. Through the window, I can see vibrant canvases illuminated by security lights. Your work belongs in places like this, Charles says, squeezing my hand. Better, actually. You're biased. I'm right. His certainty makes my heart flutter. You have something special, Allie. The way you capture emotion through color. It's incredible, and the world should see it. We continue walking, passing boutiques and cafes with outdoor seating. Charles tells me about a disastrous first date he had years ago where he accidentally knocked over an entire table of drinks. I share the story of my college art professor who insisted all my paintings were subconsciously erotic. Were they? Charles asks, eyebrows raised. They were landscapes, rolling hills and trees. Ah, he says with a straight face, very Freudian. I bump my hip against his, laughing. As we circle back toward his car, the streets grow quieter. The night feels suspended, like we're walking in a bubble where only we exist. Charles slows our pace, clearly reluctant for the evening to end. I had a really good time tonight, I say, looking up at him. Me too. His voice has dropped to that deep, intimate tone that makes my skin tingle. We should do it again. Definitely. We reach his car, and he turns to face me, taking both my hands in his. The parking lot is empty except for us, the streetlight casting shadows across his face, highlighting those impossibly blue eyes. "Allie." He starts, then pauses. My heart hammers against my ribs. This is happening. This is actually happening. Charles leans down slowly, giving me time to pull away. I don't. His lips touch mine, tentative at first, a question more than a demand. I answer by pressing closer, my hand sliding up to his shoulders. The kiss deepens, and electricity races through me. His hands cup my face with such tenderness that I could cry. It's been so long since anyone touched me like this. Like I'm precious. Like I matter. When we finally break apart, I'm breathless. Charles rests his forehead against mine, his thumbs brushing my cheeks. "I've been wanting to do that again since I saw you at the farmer's market," he whispers. "That long?" I manage, still dazed. "Longer. Since 5 years ago." I pull back slightly to look at him, searching his face for any sign of insincerity. There is none. Just raw honesty, and something that looks dangerously like adoration. "This is crazy," I whisper. "This doesn't happen in real life." "What doesn't?" "This. You. Coming back into my life after all this time. Wanting to be with me and Caleb." Charles tucks a curl behind my ear. "I'm not going anywhere, Allie. Not this time. I want to believe him. God, I want to believe him so badly it hurts." He kisses me again, and for now, at least, I let myself believe.
Chapter 10. Charles. Chin up. Look directly at the camera. No, not like you're plotting murder, like you're seducing it. I pinch the bridge of my nose, counting to 10. Perfect. Hold that. The camera clicks rapidly as Jocelyn finally hits a pose that doesn't scream, "Trying too hard." The white sundress from our spring collection flutters around her legs in the artificial breeze from the wind machine. "That's the one," my assistant Marcus calls, checking the monitor. "Moving to the yellow dress next." Jocelyn immediately drops the pose, her seductive smile vanishing. I need water. And these shoes are pinching my feet. Can't we use the silver sandals instead? "The silver doesn't work with the yellow," I say, checking my phone while the makeup artist touches up Jocelyn's face. No messages from Allie yet. I sent her a good morning text 2 hours ago with a picture of the ridiculous unicorn mug I'm drinking coffee from. The kind of silly normal thing couples share. Couples, is that what we are now? After that kiss. "Charles, are you even listening to me?" Jocelyn's sharp voice cuts through my thoughts. "Sorry, what?" She rolls her eyes dramatically. "I said I'm starving. Can we break for lunch after this look?" Marcus checks his watch. "We're already behind schedule. Maybe we can order in." "Fine," Jocelyn sighs like she's being tortured. "But I want that keto bowl from Sweet Green, the one with extra avocado. And tell them no cilantro this time. They always mess that up." My phone buzzes. Finally. "Morning." "Just dropped Caleb at school. He insisted on bringing the rock you found yesterday to show his friends. Apparently, it's a genuine Mars meteorite." I can't help smiling. Caleb had been so excited about that ordinary piece of reddish stone we found in the park. "What's so amusing?" Jocelyn appears at my elbow, peering at my phone. I lock the screen immediately. "Nothing. Just a text from a friend." "A friend?" Her perfectly shaped eyebrow arches. "Must be quite special to make you smile like that." "Let's focus on the shoot," I say, stepping away. "The yellow dress is ready." Jocelyn narrows her eyes but moves toward the changing area. I take the opportunity to quickly text Allie back. "Tell him I'll bring my NASA-grade microscope next time to confirm its Martian origins. Dinner tonight?" "Charles, darling," Jocelyn calls from behind the screen. "Could you help me with this zipper? It's stuck." Marcus steps forward. I can send one of the stylists. No need, Jocelyn cuts him off. Charles knows exactly how these dresses work. Don't you, Charles? The implication hangs in the air. Everyone on set probably knows we had history, but she doesn't need to make it so obvious. Natalie, I call to the head stylist. Could you help Jocelyn with the yellow dress, please? Jocelyn's face tightens with irritation as Natalie hurries over. I turn back to my phone as it buzzes again. Yes to dinner. My place? Caleb's demanding a rematch on that racing game. He's convinced you cheated. I type back, I never cheat. I just have superior thumb dexterity. Your play sounds perfect. 7 inches? The yellow dress is a disaster, Jocelyn announces, emerging from behind the screen. It makes me look sallow. It's literally the same shade that was in your contract, Marcus says, his professional patience wearing thin. Well, it looked different in the sketches. She turns to me, her voice softening. Charles, you know yellow has to be the perfect tone with my complexion. Remember that dress I wore in Cabo? I ignore the reference to our weekend trip 3 years ago. The dress is fine, Jocelyn. The lighting will be adjusted to complement the color. If you say so. She sighs dramatically. But I'm telling you, this isn't going to photograph well. The next hour drags painfully as Jocelyn critiques everything from the wind machine's intensity to the photographer's direction. When she insists on reviewing each shot immediately, causing multiple delays, I step outside for a moment of peace. My phone rings. Allie. Hey, I answer, instantly relaxed by the sound of her voice. Hey, yourself? Quick question, pasta or tacos for dinner? Caleb's lobbying hard for tacos, but I wanted to check with you first. Tacos sound great. I'll bring some guacamole from that place you liked. Perfect. She pauses. You okay? You sound a little stressed. I'm just having a long day. I sigh, leaning against the brick wall outside the studio. Photoshoot's running behind and Jocelyn is being difficult. Difficult how? Allie asks, her voice a soothing contrast to the chaos inside. She's critiquing everything. The dresses, the lighting, the photographer's direction. It's like working with a tornado in heels. Allie laughs softly. Sounds intense. Want me to make extra tacos for stress eating? God, yes. And maybe hide a bottle of tequila in the guacamole. I'll see what I can do. Hang in there, okay? I'm looking forward to tonight. Me too. It's the only thing getting me through this day. I mean it more than she knows. I should get back before... Charles! There you are. Jocelyn's voice slices through my moment of peace. I turn to see her strutting toward me, still wearing the yellow dress that apparently makes her look sallow. Gotta go, I tell Allie quickly. See you at 7. Who was that? Jocelyn demands as I pocket my phone. None of your business. Her eyes narrow. The mystery friend again? You've been awfully secretive lately. We have a shoot to finish, Jocelyn. Let's go back inside. She steps closer, blocking my path. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about tonight. What about it? You're taking me to dinner? I blink at her. Excuse me. Dinner? You and me? That new place on Melrose everyone's talking about. She adjusts the strap of her dress with practiced casualness. I've already made a reservation for 8. I can't. I have plans. Her smile turns cold. Cancel them. Not happening. Fine. She examines her manicure. Then I guess I'll have to call my agent and tell him I'm walking away from this campaign. My blood runs cold. You wouldn't. Try me. Her eyes meet mine, challenging. Your father personally requested me for this campaign. How do you think he'll react when I tell him his son was so unprofessional I had to withdraw? My father would crucify me. The West Coast expansion is my one chance to prove myself, and he made it crystal clear that securing Jocelyn was non-negotiable. This is blackmail. This is business, darling. She steps closer, her perfume overwhelming. One dinner? Is that really too much to ask? I clench my jaw, mind racing. You're being ridiculous. Am I? You've been avoiding me since I signed the contract. We have history, Charles. You can't just pretend that didn't happen. That was 3 years ago. It was nothing. Her face hardens. It wasn't nothing to me. I run a hand through my hair, frustration building. Jocelyn, please. Don't make this complicated. We're professionals working on a campaign together. That's it. One dinner. She places a hand on my chest. Or I walk and you can explain to Daddy why you lost the face of the spring collection. The thought of calling Allie to cancel makes my stomach twist. After everything, finding out about Caleb, slowly building trust with both of them. Canceling tonight would be a major setback. But if Jocelyn walks and my father finds out why, I could lose everything. My position at the company, my independence, my chance to be part of Caleb's life on my own terms. This isn't fair, I say, hating how powerless I feel. Life isn't fair. Jocelyn smiles, knowing she's won. I'll wear the blue Valentino. Pick me up at 8. She turns to walk back inside, then pauses. Oh, and Charles? I always get what I want. You should remember that. I watch her saunter away, my mind spinning with impossible choices. Cancel on Allie and risk damaging our fragile relationship, or refuse Jocelyn and potentially destroy my career, and with it, my ability to provide for Caleb. My phone buzzes with another text from Allie. Just checking, should I make virgin margaritas for Caleb? He's insisting real tacos need real drinks. I stare at the message, the weight of my situation crushing down on me. How the hell am I going to fix this?
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Charles. I've sent Allie 17 text messages in 3 days. 17. Not one has been read. No blue check marks, no typing bubbles, nothing. Just the digital equivalent of being completely ignored. This is nonsense, I mutter, standing outside her apartment building, juggling a paper bag from her favorite bakery, a bouquet of wildflowers that reminded me of her paintings, and my phone. I check it one more time, still nothing. I know she's home. It's Tuesday, Caleb is at school, and she always works from her apartment. I'd memorized her schedule like some lovesick teenager, filing away every detail she'd shared about her routine. One flight of stairs later, I'm standing outside apartment 2A, my heart hammering against my ribs. I knock 3 times, firmly but not aggressively. There's movement inside. The soft pad of footsteps, a chair scraping across the floor. Allie? It's me. I know you're in there. I shift the bakery bag to my other hand. I brought those almond croissants you like, and flowers. Can we talk? Please? More movement, but no answer. Look, I don't know what's going on, but I miss you. I miss Caleb. Whatever I did, I want to make it right. The lock clicks. The door swings open. Allie stands there in paint-splattered jeans and an oversized t-shirt, her hair piled messily on top of her head. She's breathtaking and absolutely furious. Whatever you did? Her voice is low, controlled but trembling with anger. You really don't know? I dash. Get out of my building. I blink, taken aback by the venom in her words. Allie, what? Don't Allie me! You think you can just show up with pastries and flowers after ghosting us for your supermodel ex-girlfriend? After lying to me? To Caleb? My stomach drops. Jocelyn? This is about Jocelyn. Work emergency? She makes air quotes, her eyes flashing. That's what you call whining and dining your ex at Lumiere? While my son sat at the table waiting for you, asking every 5 minutes when his dad was coming? It wasn't like that! I saw the pictures, Charles. Her hand on yours. Champagne, candlelight. Don't insult my intelligence by denying it. Pictures? What pictures? The ones all over the internet. She pulls out her phone, jabs at the screen, and shoves it in my face. Fashion's favorite power couple, she reads, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Looked very cozy, sharing intimate conversation over champagne. I stare at the photos, my blood running cold. The angle makes it look like Jocelyn and I are having some romantic dinner, when in reality I'd spent the entire night fielding her attempts to rekindle something I never wanted in the first place. This isn't what it looks like, I say, knowing how pathetic it sounds. Save it. I don't need another man in my life who can't be honest with me. And Caleb deserves better than a father who breaks promises the minute something shinier comes along. I didn't have a choice. She threatened to walk from the campaign if I didn't take her to dinner. My father would have. There's always a choice, Charles. You chose your career and your ex over your son. Over us. Her words hit me like a physical blow. That's not fair. You know how important this expansion is. If I fail, then what? You'll lose Daddy's approval? Join the real world where actions have consequences? She shakes her head. You want to know what's not fair? Watching your 5-year-old's face crumple when he realizes his father isn't coming. Shame burns through me. I messed up. I know that. But I swear to God, Allie, there's nothing between me and Jocelyn. It was purely business. Right? Just like our kiss was purely business? Just like your interest in Caleb? Her voice cracks slightly. Go back to your world, Charles. We don't belong in it. She starts to close the door. I wedge my foot in the gap. Move your foot before I break it, she warns. Not until you hear me out. Please. You had your chance to explain 3 days ago when you canceled. Instead, you lied. I need to explain what really happened, I say, my voice raw with desperation. Jocelyn threatened to walk from the campaign if I didn't take her to dinner. My father handpicked her. He would have destroyed me if she pulled out. But I swear to God, Allie, there's nothing between us. Not anymore. Her eyes flash with hurt. So you lied to me instead of just telling me the truth? I was ashamed. I let her manipulate me. And I didn't know how to tell you without sounding like a complete jerk. I take a deep breath. But that's no excuse. I should have been honest with you and Caleb. She crosses her arms unmoved. I'm still standing in her doorway, the flowers wilting in my grip. Please, Allie. Let me come in. Just 5 minutes. After what feels like an eternity, she steps aside. I follow her into the apartment, taking in the familiar sight of her living space. Canvases stacked against walls, Caleb's toys neatly organized in colorful bins, the comforting smell of paint and coffee. 5 minutes, she says, leaning against the kitchen counter. I set down the flowers and pastries, gathering my courage. I'm falling for you, Allie. Hard and fast and completely. I think I started falling 5 years ago and never really stopped. Her expression softens slightly, but the anger still radiates from her. I messed up. I hurt you and Caleb, and that kills me. But please don't push me away. My voice cracks. I don't want to walk away from this. From us. From the possibility of what we could be together. It's not just about the dinner, Charles. It's about trust. About priorities. She looks away. You've got this whole other life. Glamorous parties, supermodels, family pressure. Where do Caleb and I fit into that? Everywhere. Anywhere you want. I step closer. I'm willing to fight tooth and nail for a place in your lives. I'll tell Jocelyn to go away. I'll tell my father to shove his expectations up his crack. None of it matters if I lose you too. She looks up at me, vulnerability flashing in her eyes. You say that now, but I mean it. Test me. Give me another chance to prove it. The anger in her face gives way to exhaustion. I don't know, Charles. Caleb was so sad. I know, and I'll make it up to him, I swear. I'll never cancel on him again, on either of you. I reach for her hand, relieved when she doesn't pull away. Just tell me what I can do to make this better. Anything. Allie sighs, her shoulders slumping. I need a cup of tea. I'm on it. I spring into action, grateful for the simple task. Where's your kettle? Cabinet next to the stove. Tea's in the jar marked tea. I fill the kettle and set it on the burner, searching for mugs while the water heats. My hands are shaking slightly as I open cabinets. The blue one, she says quietly. It's my favorite. I grab the blue mug, drop in a tea bag, and wait for the water to boil, hyper-aware of her watching my every move. Allie, please don't kick me out of your lives, I say, my back still to her. I know I don't deserve another chance, but I'm asking for one anyway. I'll do better. Be better. The kettle whistles. I pour the steaming water into her mug, adding a splash of milk the way I've seen her do it. 3 minutes to steep, I say, sliding the mug toward her. Just like you taught me. A ghost of a smile touches her lips. You remembered. I remember everything about you. I lean against the counter opposite her. The way you tuck your hair behind your ear when you're concentrating. How you always smell like paint and something sweet. The sound of your laugh when Caleb says something ridiculous. She takes the mug, wrapping her hands around it. You're making it very hard to stay mad at you. Good. That's the plan. Charles... Look, I know I've got a lot to make up for. But I want to be here with you. With Caleb. Building something real. I meet her eyes. I'll prove it to you every day if you let me. She takes a sip of her tea, studying me over the rim of the mug. You hurt my son. I know, and it's killing me. If, and this is a big if, I give you another chance, you need to understand something. Her voice is steady now. Caleb comes first. Always. One more disappointment like this, and we're done. No more chances. Hope surges through me. Does that mean? It means I'll think about it. She sets down her mug. And you need to deal with Jocelyn. Permanently. Consider it done.
Chapter 13. Allie. After finishing my tea, I stare at the croissants and wildflowers Charles has brought, my anger melting despite my best efforts to hold on to it. The flowers are exactly the kind I use as inspiration for my latest series. Vibrant, untamed, full of life. Thank you for these. I run my fingers over a purple petal. They're beautiful. Not as beautiful as you. His eyes lock with mine, intense and sincere. That's cheesy, I say, but can't help smiling. Maybe. Doesn't make it less true. Charles moves closer, his cologne filling my senses. I want to give you the world, Allie. You and Caleb. Whatever that looks like for you. My heart hammers against my ribs. I don't need the world. Just someone who shows up. I'm here now. I'll be here tomorrow, and the day after that. His voice drops lower. For as long as you'll have me. The electricity between us crackles, same as it did 5 years ago. Same as it always has. His eyes drop to my lips, and I know what's coming next. Charles. His mouth finds mine. Gentle at first, a question. I answer by leaning in, my hand sliding up his chest. The kiss deepens, and suddenly we're devouring each other. It's so similar to the night we met, when our attraction to one another surpassed any other rational thought. I've missed this, he murmurs against my mouth. So much. My lunch break. Caleb at school. The apartment empty. The timing couldn't be more perfect, or more dangerous. Charles walks me backward until my legs hit the couch. His hands are everywhere, in my hair, skimming my waist, gripping my hips. His mouth trails from my lips to my jaw, then down my neck, finding that spot that makes my knees weak, along the tattoo I have behind my ear. Is this okay? He asks, voice rough with desire. Yes, I breathe, though a voice in my head warns me to slow down. We have things to resolve, boundaries to establish, but my body doesn't care about any of that. My body remembers his touch, craves it. He lowers me onto the couch, his weight pressing me into the cushions. His hands slide under my paint-splattered t-shirt, warm against my skin. You're so beautiful, he growls, tugging the shirt upward. Let me make you feel good, Allie. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Finally, he lifts his head to look at me, a slow smile spreading across his face. Wow. That was, I'm unable to stop my own smile. It was. He kisses me softly before pulling away, both of us wincing slightly at the separation. I glance at the clock on the wall and laugh. Perfect timing, I say, reaching for my discarded shirt. I still have 5 minutes before I need to clock back in. Charles pulls up his boxers and pants, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. I aim to please. That you did, I admit, feeling the pleasant soreness between my legs, very thoroughly.
Chapter 14. Charles. I stride into the office Wednesday morning with a clear mission. After what happened with Allie, both the fight and our incredible makeup session, I know exactly what needs to be done. No more half measures. No more trying to please everyone. It's time to set some boundaries. Morning, Mr. St. James. My assistant Marcus greets me as I pass his desk. Morning. I need you in my office, now. Once the door closes behind us, I waste no time. I need you to take over all direct contact with Jocelyn Ezekiel, effective immediately. Marcus's eyebrows shoot up. All contact, sir? Every single interaction, photo shoots, fittings, contract discussions, all of it. I lean against my desk, arms crossed. Any message she wants to send me goes through official work email channels only. No texts, no calls, no dropping by my office unannounced. May I ask what prompted this change? I run a hand through my hair. She's been complicating my personal life. Those photos that appeared online, that wasn't a date. That was her manipulating me into a business dinner that she made look like something else. Understanding dawns on his face as he fixes his glasses. Oh, I see. The photos at the restaurant. I saw them. They caused quite a buzz online. Yeah, well, they nearly cost me everything that matters. I straighten up, my decision solidifying. And I'm not letting that happen again. Marcus nods, ever professional. I'll handle Ms. Ezekiel personally. Should I inform her of these new arrangements? Absolutely. Make it crystal clear this isn't negotiable. If she has a problem with it, she can walk from the campaign. Your father might. I don't give a damn what my father thinks! I cut him off. I'm running this division now, and these are my terms. If he has an issue, he can call me directly. The words feel good. Liberating. For too long, I've been dancing to everyone else's tune. Not anymore. One more thing, I add. I don't want to be in the same location as her. Period. If she's scheduled for a shoot, I'll review the materials remotely or after hours. She won't like that. Not my problem. Within the hour, my new policy is put to the test. My phone buzzes with Jocelyn's name on the screen. I decline the call and text Marcus. Handle it. 20 minutes later, he appears at my door. Ms. Ezekiel is quite displeased with the new arrangement. I bet she is. She's demanding to speak with you directly about the spring campaign concept. Says only you understand her artistic vision. I snort. Her artistic vision consists of whatever gets her more screen time and a bigger paycheck. She's threatening to contact your father. Let her. She's probably bluffing anyway. I turn back to my computer, pulling up the sketches for Allie's newest art pieces. She's been sharing them with me more and more, and I cherish them more than any Picasso. If she wants to discuss the campaign, she can put it in an email or talk to you. By lunchtime, my inbox contains 3 messages from Jocelyn, each one more passive-aggressive than the last. I forward them all to Marcus with a single instruction. Your department now. My phone buzzes again. This time it's Allie. Caleb wants to know if you're still coming for dinner tonight. I smile, typing back immediately. Wouldn't miss it for the world. I'm bringing dessert. When I look up, Marcus is standing in my doorway again, looking uncomfortable. What now? Ms. Ezekiel is downstairs in the lobby. She's refusing to leave until she speaks with you. I sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose. Tell security to escort her out if necessary. I'm not available. Sir, she's making quite a scene. Then she can make it somewhere else. I stand up, grabbing my jacket. I've got a meeting across town. If she's still here when I get back, call security. As I walk past the conference room, I spot Jocelyn through the glass, pacing back and forth, gesturing wildly to one of the junior designers. Her face is flushed with anger. When she sees me, she makes a beeline for the door. I don't break stride, don't even acknowledge her presence as I continue toward the elevator. Charles, she calls after me. You can't just ignore me! But that's exactly what I'm doing. Because some things matter more than appeasing a spoiled model or even keeping my father happy. Some things, like Allie and Caleb, are worth fighting for. As the elevator doors close on Jocelyn's furious face, I feel nothing but relief. For the first time in my life, I'm setting my own terms. And it feels fantastic. I stride out of the office building, feeling lighter than I have in days. Setting boundaries with Jocelyn should have happened the moment I stepped foot in this city again. The fresh air hits my face as I loosen my tie, already thinking about the evening ahead. The sleek black Audi responds to my key fob with a welcoming chirp. I slide into the driver's seat, tossing my jacket onto the passenger side. Traffic's going to be bad this time of day, but I don't care. Nothing's keeping me from dinner with Allie and Caleb tonight. I pull out my phone and shoot Allie a quick text. On my way to pick up dessert. Any special requests? Her response comes almost immediately. Surprise us! That simple smiley face makes my chest tighten. 5 years ago, I wouldn't have recognized this feeling. Now I know exactly what it is. It's purpose. It's happiness. I navigate through LA traffic, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel to some song on the radio. My thoughts drift to Caleb's face when I showed up at his school pickup last week. That pure, unfiltered joy. The way he'd launched himself into my arms, shouting, "Dad!" for everyone to hear. The memory makes me grin like an idiot as I pull into the parking lot of Allie's favorite ice cream shop. The bell jingles as I push open the door, cool air and the sweet scent of waffle cones greeting me. "Welcome to Scoops," the girl behind the counter says. "What can I get you?" I scan the flavors, spotting the one Allie mentioned loving during one of our conversations. I'll take a pint of the salted caramel pretzel. Good choice. Anything else? Yeah, what's popular with 5-year-olds? The girl smiles. Can't go wrong with cookies and cream. Perfect. I'll take a pint of that, too. While she packs up the ice cream, I spot the display case of baked goods. Add a half dozen of those brownies, too. Loaded with my purchases, I head back to the car, placing the ice cream in the insulated bag I keep in the trunk. I check my watch. Still plenty of time before dinner. The thought of surprising them early makes me press the accelerator a little harder. As I drive, I can't help comparing my life now to just a few months ago. Back then, everything was about the next deal, the next collection, living up to the St. James name. Now I'm racing across town with melting ice cream because I can't wait to see Allie's face light up when I walk through her door. My phone buzzes on the passenger seat. I glance down, seeing Jocelyn's name on the screen. I ignore it, focusing on the road ahead. Whatever drama she's trying to stir up can wait. It's probably just more threats about calling my father. I dare her to. For the first time in my life, I'm not afraid of disappointing him. Some things matter more. I pull up outside Allie's apartment building, grabbing the bags from the passenger seat. The stairwell echoes with my footsteps as I take the stairs 2 at a time, eager to reach her door. I knock, hearing the immediate patter of small feet racing across hardwood floors. "Who is it?" Caleb's voice calls out, exactly as Allie's taught him. "It's your dad," I answer, my chest warming at those words. Your dad. I'll never get tired of saying that. The door flies open, and Caleb launches himself at me. I catch him one-armed, the dessert bag dangling precariously from my other hand. "You're early!" he exclaims, his small arms tight around my neck. "Couldn't wait to see you, buddy." I set him down, ruffling his curls. "Where's your mom?" "Painting in her bedroom." He peers into the bag. "What'd you bring?" "Ice cream and brownies. But don't tell your mom about the brownies yet. It's a surprise." His eyes widen with conspiratorial delight. "I won't tell." I follow him inside, setting the ice cream in the freezer before heading toward Allie's bedroom. I pause in the doorway, taking a moment to watch her work. She's completely absorbed, brush moving across canvas with confident strokes, her hair piled messily on top of her head, paint splattered across her oversized t-shirt. Beautiful doesn't begin to cover it. "Knock, knock," I say softly. She turns, surprise giving way to a smile that hits me right in the chest. She pulls out her earbuds and rises from her seat. "Oh, Charles, you're early." Couldn't stay away. I cross the room, wrapping my arms around her and pressing a kiss to her cheek. "Brought your favorite ice cream." She leans back against me, her body fitting perfectly against mine. Salted caramel pretzel? Of course. You remembered. Her hands land on my biceps, her paint-stained fingers leaving marks on my white shirt as she pulls me down for a kiss. I don't give a damn about the shirt. All I care about is this woman in my arms and the kid watching cartoons in the next room. They're my world now, a world that feels more real, more vibrant, more worth it than anything I've known before. Of course I did. I murmur against her lips.
Chapter 15. Allie. Can't remember the last time I felt this happy. The past week has been like something out of a dream, one I never thought I'd have. Charles comes over almost every night after work. Sometimes he brings dinner, sometimes dessert, always something for Caleb that makes our son's face light up with joy. Last night, he brought a model car kit they spent hours assembling at the kitchen table while I worked on my latest canvas. I check my phone as I head down the stairs of my apartment building. Another text from Charles. Just saw your email about the gallery show. So proud of you, babe. Can't wait to see your work displayed where it belongs. My chest warms as I type back a quick thanks. The West Side Gallery showing is a huge opportunity. My first real exhibition. Charles insisted on helping with the framing costs, despite my protests. Consider it an investment, he'd said. I'll be bragging about owning original Allie Buckley's when you're famous. The spring air feels amazing as I step outside. I've got 30 minutes before I need to pick up Caleb from school, just enough time to grab coffee from the shop around the corner. My phone buzzes again. Dad's being a jerk about campaign commitments, but I don't care. I'll be there for the opening night, even if I have to quit. I smile, shaking my head. He wouldn't actually quit, at least I hope not. But the sentiment makes me feel valued in a way I haven't in years. I'm halfway down the block when I hear it. Excuse me? Hey, you. I turn to see a woman marching toward me, her high heels clicking aggressively against the pavement. Long brown hair, expensive clothes, face like she just smelled something rotten. I recognize her immediately from the photos online. Jocelyn. My stomach drops as she approaches, stopping barely 2 feet away from me. You're her, aren't you? She looks me up and down, her lip curling slightly. The artist with the kid. I straighten my spine, refusing to be intimidated. I'm Allie. And you're Jocelyn. So Charles has mentioned me. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Interesting. What do you want? I clutch my purse strap tighter, wishing I'd just gotten in my car instead of walking. I want to understand what's happening here. She gestures vaguely toward me. This whole situation. You show up out of nowhere with a kid, and suddenly Charles is canceling meetings and changing campaign directions. That's between me and Charles. She laughs, the sound sharp and humorless. Honey, Charles and I have history. 5 years of history, whatever little fling you two had. It's not a fling, I cut in, anger rising. And our relationship isn't your business. It becomes my business when it affects my career. She steps closer. Do you have any idea who he is? What his family means in this industry? I know exactly who he is. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Better than you do, apparently. Her eyes narrow. You think this is gonna last? Charles playing daddy to your kid? That's cute. She tosses her hair back. He'll get bored. He always does. The novelty will wear off and he'll remember where he belongs. And where's that? With you. I can't help the sarcasm that creeps into my voice. With people who understand his world, his ambitions. She adjusts her designer sunglasses. Not some struggling artist with baggage. The words sting more than I want to admit. They tap into every insecurity I've had since Charles came back into my life. Look, she continues, her voice softening into something almost sympathetic. I'm not trying to be a brat. I'm just being realistic. Charles comes from money, real money. His family has expectations, a reputation to uphold. Charles can make his own decisions. Can he? You've met his father? Because I have. Many times. She smiles thinly. The St. James Empire doesn't just welcome anyone into the fold. Especially not. Not what? I challenge, feeling the anger boiling in the white-hot heat of my soul. Single mothers? Artists? People who don't wear four-figure outfits to go grocery shopping? I was going to say complications. Her eyes flicked down to my paint-stained jeans. But sure, that too. I take a deep breath, fighting to stay calm. I need to pick up my son. Of course you do. She steps aside with exaggerated politeness. Just think about what I said. For everyone's sake. I walk past her, heart pounding. "Oh, Allie," she calls after me. "Charles and I have a major shoot tomorrow. The centerpiece of the spring campaign. I'll make sure to send you the photos." I keep walking, refusing to give her the satisfaction of seeing how much her words affect me. But inside my mind is racing. Is she right? Am I just a temporary distraction? Will Charles eventually return to his world, to women like Jocelyn, who fit seamlessly into his life? My phone buzzes again. Another text from Charles. "Miss you already. Tell the little man I found the next level model car kit. This one has a motor." I stare at the message, torn between the warmth it brings and the cold doubt Jocelyn just planted. I type back a quick response, trying to sound normal, like I haven't just been confronted by his ex. As I reach my car, I glance back. Jocelyn is still watching me, her arms crossed, a satisfied smile on her face. She wanted to shake me, to make me doubt. And damn it, it's working. I grip the steering wheel tighter as I pull away from the curb, Jocelyn's smug smile still burning in my mind. The nerve of that woman, confronting me on the street like that, as if she has any right to Charles after all this time. She's just threatened, I mutter to myself, checking the rearview mirror to make sure she isn't following me. That's what this is about. Traffic moves sluggishly as I head toward Caleb's school. I have 15 minutes to get there, plenty of time to calm down before facing my son's innocent questions about when Dad is coming over next. My phone buzzes with another text from Charles. I tap the screen to read it at the stoplight. "Meeting with investors just wrapped. Still on for dinner tonight? Thinking Italian. You pick the place." A smile tugs at my lips despite my lingering anger. Charles has been nothing but consistent since our reconciliation after the Jocelyn dinner fiasco. Every promise kept, every commitment honored. The exact opposite of what that woman just implied. I type back, "Caleb votes for that place with the garlic knots. 7 p.m. work?" His response is immediate. "Perfect. Can't wait to see you both." The light turns green and I accelerate, feeling my tension start to dissolve. Charles chose us, not his ex, not his father's expectations. U.S. She's trying to get in your head, I tell myself firmly. Don't let her. I flip on the radio, letting the upbeat music wash away the last of Jocelyn's poison. By the time I pull into the school pickup line, I've almost convinced myself to forget the entire encounter. Almost. The school doors burst open, and children stream out into the afternoon sunshine. I spot Caleb immediately, his curly hair bouncing as he runs toward the car, backpack flapping behind him. "Mom!" He climbs in, all energy and excitement. "I made something for Dad in art class." "That's great, buddy." I help him with his seatbelt. "What is it?" "A secret." He grins, revealing the gap where his front tooth used to be. "But I think he's gonna love it." "I'm sure he will." I pull away from the curb, joining the parade of minivans and SUVs. "How was school today?" As Caleb chatters about recess games and spelling tests, I find myself wondering what Charles was like as a child. Did he have that same infectious enthusiasm? That same creative spark? I've seen glimpses of him in Caleb's mannerisms, the way they both tilt their head when concentrating, the determined set of their jaw when focused on a task, the way their blue eyes narrow slightly when they're thinking about something. "Mom, are you listening?" Caleb's voice breaks through my thoughts. Sorry, honey bun. What did you say? I asked if Dad's gonna stay over again tonight. My cheeks warm at the memory of last night. Charles slipping into my bed after Caleb fell asleep, his hands exploring my body in the darkness, his mouth hot against my skin. We'll see, I say, keeping my voice neutral. He might need to work early tomorrow. But he likes staying with us, right? There's a hint of vulnerability in Caleb's question that squeezes my heart. He loves staying with us, I assure him, and he loves you very much. I know. Caleb's confidence makes me smile. He told me so when he tucked me in. I feel a surge of gratitude toward Charles. Despite his privileged upbringing, despite never having been around children before, he's taken to fatherhood with a natural ease that amazes me. The way he listens intently to Caleb's rambling stories, the patience he shows when teaching him how to tie his shoes, the genuine interest he takes in every crayon drawing and Lego creation. No, Jocelyn is wrong. Charles isn't going anywhere. At home, Caleb races to his room to hide his secret art project while I check my email. The gallery confirmation for next month's showing sits at the top of my inbox, making my stomach flutter with nervous excitement. My first real exhibition. And it's happening because Charles believed in me enough to make the introduction to the gallery owner. My phone buzzes with another text from Charles. Just wrapped another meeting, found this and thought of you. Attached is a photo of a vintage paintbrush set in a leather case. It's gorgeous. Exactly the kind of thing I drool over, but never buy for myself. Don't you dare, I text back. Those cost a fortune. Too late. Already paid. Consider it an early gallery show gift. I shake my head, smiling. You're crazy. Crazily handsome, crazily charming, crazily good in bed. A laugh sneaks out of me. All of the above. Now stop spending money on me. Make me. I laugh out loud this time around, feeling lighter than I have all day. This is the real Charles. Playful, generous, thoughtful. Not the calculating social climber Jocelyn tried to paint him as. Mom, can I have a snack? Caleb appears in the doorway, jolting me from my thoughts. Sure, honey. Apple slices okay? As I prepare his snack, I think about how seamlessly Charles has integrated into our lives, the way he shows up with groceries without being asked, how he remembered which laundry detergent I prefer. The night he spent assembling Caleb's new bed while I finished a commission piece. These aren't the actions of someone who sees us as temporary. These are the actions of a man building a life with us. Jocelyn can try all she wants to plant seeds of doubt, but she doesn't know what Charles and I have. She doesn't understand the connection that sparked 5 years ago and has only grown stronger since we found each other.
Chapter 16. Charles. I tap my pen against the design mock-up, scrutinizing the neckline on the summer dress. Something's not quite right with the silhouette. Too conventional, too safe. Not distinctive enough to stand out in the market. Screw it, I mutter, flipping to a fresh page in my sketchbook. My hand moves quickly across the paper, creating bolder lines, a more daring cut that feels fresh yet wearable. This is what the St. James brand needs, not the same recycled designs my father keeps pushing. I lean back in my chair, studying my new sketch. There's something about the asymmetrical neckline that reminds me of Allie's latest paintings, the way she balances structure with unexpected elements of whimsy. Her artistic sensibility is exactly what this collection needs. I pull out my phone, snapping a photo of the sketch and sending it to Allie with a message. What do you think? Too edgy for the summer line? While waiting for her response, I flip through more design proposals from the team. Most are solid but uninspired. We need something that will generate buzz, something distinctive. My phone buzzes with Allie's reply. Love the asymmetry. What if you added some subtle texture to the fabric? Like those watercolor effects we talked about? I smile, immediately seeing what she means. Grabbing a colored pencil, I start shading the sketch to suggest the watercolor technique we discussed during one of our late-night conversations about blending fashion and art. She's brilliant. I should bring her in as a consultant. Her artistic eye could revolutionize our approach to textiles and patterns. I'm deep in thought, scribbling notes about potential fabric treatments, when my office door flies open. Jocelyn storms in, Marcus hot on her heels, looking absolutely mortified. "Mr. St. James, I'm so sorry," Marcus says, his voice strained. "I told Ms. Ezekiel you were unavailable, but she insisted It's fine, Marcus." I cut him off, though it's absolutely not fine. I set down my pen and lean back in my chair, keeping my expression neutral. "What can I do for you, Jocelyn?" "You can start by explaining why I'm suddenly persona non grata around here," she snaps, tossing her designer purse onto one of my visitor chairs. "I've been trying to reach you for days." "Ms. Ezekiel, you need to leave," Marcus says firmly. "Mr. St. James has a full schedule today and isn't taking unscheduled appointments." "This will only take a minute," Jocelyn says, not even looking at him. Her eyes are fixed on me, sharp and accusing. "Miss Ezekiel," Marcus begins again. "It's okay, Marcus," I say, though my jaws clench tight. "Give us a minute." Marcus hesitates, clearly uncomfortable. "Sir, your father's call is in 10 minutes. "I'll be done by then." I nod toward the door. "Close it on your way out." Once we're alone, I stand up, keeping the desk between us. "Make it quick, Jocelyn. I've got things to do." "What is going on with you?" She crosses her arms. "You're avoiding my calls, having your assistant run interference, changing shoot schedules without consulting me. I'm the face of this campaign, Charles. You can't just shut me out." "I'm not shutting you out." "I'm establishing professional boundaries." I meet her gaze steadily. "All communication goes through Marcus or the creative team. That's how it works with every other model we employ." "I'm not every other model," she hisses. "We have history." "Had. Past tense." I tap my finger on the desk for emphasis. "Look, you're talented. You're great for the brand. But whatever personal relationship we had is over. It's been over for years." Her expression shifts, softening into something calculated. Is this because of her? That artist with the kid? The mention of Allie and Caleb sends a surge of protectiveness through me. "My personal life is none of your business." "It is when it affects my career." She steps closer to the desk. "Your father specifically requested me for this campaign. How do you think he'll react when he hears you're treating me like this because of some fling?" "Get out," I say, my voice dangerously quiet. "Excuse me?" "You heard me. Get out of my office." I straighten to my full height. "And if you ever talk about Allie or Caleb again, you'll be looking for a new contract." She laughs, the sound sharp and hollow. "You wouldn't dare. Your daddy would never allow it. Try me." I walk around the desk, opening the door. "Marcus will handle all your concerns going forward. We're done here." "This isn't over, Charles." She grabs her purse, her knuckles wide around the strap. "You're making a huge mistake." "The only mistake I made was not setting these boundaries sooner." I hold the door wider. "Goodbye, Jocelyn." She storms out, nearly colliding with Marcus, who's hovering anxiously in the hallway. "Get security to escort Ms. Ezekiel out of the building," I tell him, "and make sure she doesn't come back without an appointment." "Yes, sir." Marcus nods, already reaching for his phone. I close my office door and lean against it, adrenaline coursing through me. That felt good. Long overdue, but good. My phone rings and it's the special tone I've set for Allie. I answer immediately. "Hey, you," I say, feeling the tension drain from my body at the sound of her voice. "Just checking if we're still on for dinner tonight," she says. "Caleb's been talking about showing you his art project all day." "Wouldn't miss it for anything." I move back to my desk, glancing at the sketch I was working on. Hey, I've been thinking about something. I wanted your input on it. What's up? Allie asks, her voice soft in my ear. I've been thinking about something. I pace my office, looking at the design sketches spread across my desk. Your art. It's incredible, Allie. Thanks, she says, a smile in her voice. But I'm guessing you didn't call just to compliment me. No. I stop pacing, gathering my courage. I want to put your art on clothing. For the St. James Spring line. The silence that follows makes my heart pound. I rush to fill it. Your watercolor techniques, those bold color combinations, they'd translate perfectly to fabric. We could create a limited capsule collection. Exclusive prints based on your original artwork. Charles, her voice sounds stunned. Are you serious? Dead serious. I've been sketching some ideas. I glanced down at the rough designs where I've incorporated elements of her latest paintings. We could start with scarves, maybe some statement pieces. Dresses, shirts. The textures you create would be incredible on silk. But your father, the board, screw them. I lean against my desk, conviction strengthening my voice. This is my division to run. And I believe in your work, Allie. This isn't just because we're together. Your art deserves to be seen. I don't know what to say. She sounds breathless. I've never thought about my work in that context. Say yes. We can make it official. Bring you on as a design consultant. Full contract, fair compensation, your name on the collection. Allie Buckley for St. James. A consultant? She laughs, the sound slightly hysterical. Charles, I don't know the first thing about fashion design. You don't need to. That's my department. You just create the art, and I'll handle translating it to textiles and garments. I can't keep the excitement from my voice. Your aesthetic is exactly what this brand needs. Something authentic, vibrant, unexpected. Wow. She pauses. So this is what nepotism feels like, huh? I laugh, relieved she's joking. It's not nepotism if you're talented as hell. And you are. And if the fact that I'm sleeping with you has nothing to do with it, well, that's just a very pleasant bonus. I smile, imagining her expression. Look, I wouldn't offer this if I didn't believe in your work. This could be huge for both of us. You really think people would want to wear my art? I know they would. I'd wear it right now if I could. I flipped through the sketches again. We could start with a small test run, see how the market responds. I'll think about it, she says finally. It sounds fun, actually. Different from anything I've done before. That's what makes it exciting. I feel a rush of gratitude that she's even considering it. No pressure, okay? Just something to explore together. Yes, of course, she says. I like the sound of that. So do I. I check my watch, realizing I need to wrap up this call for my next meeting. Thank you, Allie. For even considering this. It means a lot. Thank you for believing in me. Her voice softens. For seeing something in my work that I sometimes don't see myself. I see everything in you, I say, my voice dropping lower. And I miss you. Can't wait for tonight. We miss you too. Hurry home. Home. She called her place home. For me. I will, I promise. Already counting the minutes until I can leave this office behind and step into the real world, the one where Allie and Caleb are waiting.
Chapter 17. Allie. After an exciting family dinner, Caleb goes down for bedtime without a fight, thankfully. Now Charles and I are resting in bed together. I'm trying to read a book while Charles scrolls on his phone, but based on the way he's touching me, his phone doesn't seem to be entertaining him anymore. I try to focus on the words in front of me, but it's impossible with Charles pressed against my back, his breath warm on my neck. The novel I've been attempting to read for the past 20 minutes might as well be written in another language. You're not even reading that, Charles murmurs, his lips brushing the sensitive spot behind my ear. You've been on the same page for 15 minutes. I would be reading if someone wasn't being so distracting. I tilt my head despite my protest, giving him better access to my neck. Distracting? His hand slides under my sleep shirt, fingertips tracing lazy patterns across my stomach. I'm just lying here. I snort. Right. And your hand just happens to be under my shirt. Complete coincidence? He presses closer, his hips grinding subtly against my backside. Even through his boxers and my shorts, I can feel how hard he is. Can't help where my hands end up. Charles. I attempt to sound stern, but fail miserably when his fingers drift higher, skimming the underside of my cleavage. Allie? He mimics my tone, teeth grazing my earlobe. I set the book on my nightstand with a defeated sigh. Fine. You win. I wasn't aware we were competing. His palm covers my chest now, thumb circling my skin until it hardens under his touch. But I'll take the victory. I turn in his arms, meeting those piercing blue eyes that still make my heart skip. He cups my face, his expression suddenly serious. You know what you do to me, right? Every day, I can't wait to get back here to you. Something warm unfurls in my chest at his words. 5 years ago, I never would have imagined us here. In my bed, our son sleeping down the hall, Charles looking at me like I'm the most precious thing in his world. Show me, I whisper. His mouth crashes against mine, hungry and demanding. I open for him immediately, meeting his intensity with my own. His hands slide down my sides to grip my hips. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Charles. Marcus shifts uncomfortably, clutching his tablet closer to his chest. There's a situation with Miss Ezekiel. I look up sharply. What now? She's refusing to cooperate with the shoot schedule. The photographer called this morning. She was 2 hours late yesterday, and then insisted on changing the concept entirely. For Christ's sake! I lean back in my chair, pinching the bridge of my nose. That's the 3rd time this month. There's more, Marcus adds, his voice dropping. She's told the creative team she no longer wants to work with the company at all. Unless what? Unless you personally oversee her shoots. He winces, clearly hating being the messenger. She was quite vocal about it. I slam my hand on the desk, making Marcus jump. This is exactly the kind of manipulative tactic I don't have time for. She knows I've removed myself from working directly with her. I tried explaining the new arrangement again, but she's not accepting it. Then she can walk. I stand up, pacing behind my desk. We've got a dozen models who would kill for this campaign. Your father specifically requested her, Marcus reminds me carefully. The board approved the budget based on her involvement. He's right. Replacing her this late in the game would cause delays we can't afford and questions from my father I don't want to answer. Try to placate her, I say finally. Take her to dinner on the company card. Buy her drinks. Send her flowers, whatever it takes. I've tried all that, Marcus says, defeated. She's insistent on dealing with you directly. I run my hand through my hair, frustration building. The last thing I want is to engage with Jocelyn again. Not after finally establishing boundaries. Not when things with Allie are so perfect. I really don't want to speak with her again, I admit. But I'm starting to think I might have to. If you'd like, I could draft a very formal email. No, I cut him off. If it comes to that, I'll handle it in person. One meeting, very public, very professional. Make it clear this is a one-time exception. Marcus nods, relief evident on his face. I'll continue trying to smooth things over in the meantime. Do that. I check my watch. And reschedule the budget meeting. I want to be home for dinner with Allie and Caleb. Of course, sir. Marcus makes a note on his tablet. One last thing. The design team sent over the latest mock-ups for the watercolor prints inspired by Ms. Buckley's work. They're quite impressive. My mood instantly lifts. Send them to my personal email. I want to show Allie tonight. After Marcus leaves, I pull up the photos from yesterday's test prints. The vibrant blues and purples of Allie's original painting translated beautifully onto silk. Seeing her art transformed into wearable pieces fills me with pride, both in her talent and in my ability to recognize it. My phone buzzes with a text from Allie. Caleb's teacher wants to meet both parents next week, Tuesday at 3 p.m. Can you make it? Both parents. The phrase hits me right in the chest. 5 months ago, I didn't know I was a father. Now I'm scheduling parent-teacher conferences and worrying about being home for dinner. Wouldn't miss it, I reply. I'll clear my schedule. I set my phone down, turning back to the mountain of work waiting for me. The Jocelyn situation is a thorn in my side, but I refuse to let it distract me from what matters. If I have to meet with her to keep the campaign on track, I will. But on my terms, with clear boundaries. I spend the afternoon buried in design mock-ups and marketing reports, my mind finally clear enough to focus. The new collection is shaping up better than I expected. The watercolor-inspired prints we've developed from Allie's art are generating serious buzz within the design team. These numbers are impressive, I tell the social media team during our afternoon meeting. Engagement is up 30% since we teased the new collection concept. Elena, our head of digital marketing, nods enthusiastically. The behind-the-scenes video of the fabric printing process has been our most shared content this quarter. People are responding to the authenticity of the artistic process. That's exactly what I wanted. I flipped through the analytics report, a sense of pride warming my chest. This is the direction St. James needs to move in. Something genuine, something with actual artistic merit. The fashion blogs are already speculating about a collaboration with an unknown artist, Marcus adds. They're calling it St. James's most innovative pivot in years. I can't help but smile. Wait until they find out the artist is Allie. Her talent deserves this recognition, and I'm thrilled to be the one to help make it happen. Let's keep the momentum going, I tell the team. I want to schedule a proper photo shoot for the prototype pieces next week. Get everything lined up. As the meeting wraps up, Marcus lingers behind. There's something you should know, he says once we're alone. Ms. Ezekiel called the production team this morning. She's demanding changes to the spring campaign shoot scheduled for Friday. What kind of changes? I lean against the conference table, already feeling my good mood evaporating. She wants to replace the photographer with someone she's worked with before. And she's insisting on different styling than what was approved in the concept meeting. Absolutely not. I cross my arms. The creative direction was finalized weeks ago. The photographer is one of the best in the business. Marcus shifts uncomfortably. Your father called about it. He thinks we should consider her suggestions. Of course he did. I rub my temples, feeling a headache forming. My father hasn't seen the concept boards or the test shots. He doesn't understand what we're trying to achieve with this campaign. What should I tell him? Tell him I'll call him back. I check my watch. But right now, I need to review the textile samples from the mill. The new silk weaves came in this morning. In the design studio, I spread out the fabric swatches across the large work table. The translation of Allie's watercolor techniques to textiles is even better than I'd hoped. The subtle gradients, the unexpected color combinations, it's all there captured in silk and cotton. I snap a few photos to send to Allie, adding a message. "Your art on fabric. What do you think?" Her response comes quickly. "Damn, Charles, that's gorgeous. I can't believe that's my painting." Pride swells in my chest. "Told you it would translate beautifully. Wait until you see it on the finished pieces." I spend the next hour with the design team, discussing construction techniques that will showcase the prints to their best advantage. The energy in the room is electric. Everyone can feel that we're creating something special. "Mr. St. James," my assistant interrupts, poking his head into the studio. "Your father's on line 1. He says it's urgent." I sigh, excusing myself to take the call in my office. "Dad, I was going to call you back. What's this I hear about you refusing to work with Jocelyn?" His voice is sharp, cutting straight to the point. "She's the face of the spring campaign, Charles. We can't afford to alienate her." "I'm not refusing to work with her," I explain, keeping my tone measured. "I'm establishing professional boundaries. The campaign creative was approved weeks ago. We're not making last-minute changes because she suddenly has opinions about the photographer. She's an asset to the brand. Her input has value. Her input was welcome during the planning stages, not 3 days before the shoot." I lean back in my chair, staring at the ceiling. "The campaign is solid, Dad. It's going to be our best work yet." "That remains to be seen." He pauses. "Jocelyn says—" "I don't care what Jocelyn says," I cut him off. "She's manipulative, and she's trying to sabotage a campaign that doesn't center entirely around her. The spring line is about the art, the textiles, the craftsmanship. She's just one element." The silence on the other end stretches out. Finally, my father sighs. "Fine. Have it your way. But if this campaign underperforms, it's on you. I'm aware of that." I straighten up, and I'm confident in our direction. When you start seeing the results of what we're creating here, you will be too.
Chapter 19. Allie. I've got my art set up at the farmer's market bright and early, arranging my latest watercolor landscapes alongside the smaller pieces that usually sell well. Caleb helps me arrange my business cards, his little hands surprisingly careful with the task. "Remember, these go right here so people can take them," I tell him, smiling as he nods seriously. "I know, Mom. I'm a professional." He says it with such confidence that I have to bite my lip to keep from laughing. The morning crowd starts filtering in, and I'm surprised by how quickly people gather around my booth. Usually it takes a while to build momentum, but today there's an immediate interest. A woman in her 30s picks up one of my larger pieces, a sunset over the hills that I priced higher than I normally would. "This is stunning," she says, examining the details. "Your use of color is so distinctive." "Thank you," I reply, still not entirely comfortable with compliments. I was experimenting with a new technique. To my shock, she doesn't hesitate. "I'll take it." By noon, I've sold more than half my inventory, including 3 of my higher-priced pieces. Caleb sits on a small stool next to me, coloring in his sketchbook, occasionally looking up to flash a smile at customers. "You're on fire today," says Mario, the honey vendor next to me. "What's your secret?" Honestly, I have no idea. I laugh, counting the cash in my box. Maybe the universe is finally throwing me a bone. A woman approaches my booth, studying me with curious intensity. "Allie Buckley, right?" "Yes, that's me." "I thought so. I've been seeing your name everywhere lately." She scrolls through her phone. "You're working with St. James on their new collection, aren't you?" My heart skips. Yes? How did you know that? It's all over the fashion blogs. They're saying your watercolor technique is revolutionizing their textile approach. She shows me her phone screen, displaying a fashion site with blurry images of fabric samples. Everyone's talking about it. I didn't realize it was public knowledge yet. Oh, honey, nothing stays secret in fashion. She browses my remaining pieces. I'll take this one. Might be worth something when you're famous. After she leaves, I quickly Google my name. Sure enough, there I am, mentioned in several fashion blogs as the artistic collaborator behind St. James's new direction. There's even speculation about my relationship with Charles, with one site calling us fashion's new power couple. But what makes my stomach drop are the comments about tension between me and Jocelyn Ezekiel. One gossip blog claims there's a fierce rivalry between us, with Jocelyn supposedly threatening to walk if Charles continues his personal and professional relationship with me. Mom, can I have a juice? Caleb asks, interrupting my spiraling thoughts. Sure, sweetie. I hand him a few dollars. The juice stand is right over there. Stay where I can see you, okay? As he skips off, I return to my phone, scrolling through more articles. The details are too specific, too personal to be random speculation. Someone's feeding information to these sites. Jocelyn. It has to be. She's the only one with both the motive and the connections to plant these stories. Excuse me, are you Allie? A young woman approaches, stylishly dressed with a press badge hanging around her neck. I'm with Style Weekly. Would you mind answering a few questions about your collaboration with St. James? And perhaps about the rumored conflict with their lead model? I freeze, watching Caleb at the juice stand. I'm sorry, I don't have any comment. Sources say Jocelyn Ezekiel is threatening to leave the brand over your involvement. Can you confirm? No comment, I repeat firmly. And I'd appreciate if you'd respect that this is my workspace. She looks disappointed but backs away. Of course. Here's my card if you change your mind. Caleb returns with his juice, oblivious to my internal panic. I got apple. Want some? No thanks, buddy. I ruffle his hair, trying to maintain my composure. I text Charles. Did you know there are articles about us online? And about me and Jocelyn? His response comes quickly. Just saw them. Don't worry. Jocelyn's trying to create drama. We'll handle it. I take a deep breath, focusing on the remaining customers browsing my art. I won't let Jocelyn's games ruin this day. My work is selling. People are recognizing me. Despite her attempts to create chaos, something good is happening. By the time the farmer's market closes, my booth is completely empty. Not a single painting left. Even the small watercolor cards I keep as backup inventory are gone. I stare at my empty display in disbelief. We sold out! Caleb bounces on his toes, his excitement infectious. Mom, we sold everything. We sure did, buddy. I ruffle his hair, still processing what just happened. I've never sold out completely before, not even close. Can we get pizza now? You promised if we had a good day. His eyes are wide with hope, and I can't help but laugh. Absolutely. You've earned it. I start packing up my display, feeling lighter than I have in weeks. Go tell Mario we're heading out. While Caleb runs to say goodbye to the honey vendor, I count the day's earnings. It's more than I typically make in 3 markets combined. One woman even commissioned a large piece for her office lobby, my biggest single sale ever. As we drive to Caleb's favorite pizza place, my phone keeps buzzing with notifications. More followers on my art Instagram. Comments from strangers asking about purchasing prints. Even an inquiry from a boutique owner about stocking my cards. Mom, can I get extra cheese? Caleb asks as we park. Sure thing, superstar. I tap his nose playfully. You can get whatever toppings you want. Today, we're celebrating. Inside the bustling pizzeria, we find a small booth in the corner. While Caleb colors the kids' menu, I can't help checking my phone again, scrolling through the fashion blogs that mention me. The articles are a mix of excitement about the collaboration and thinly veiled gossip about my relationship with Charles. Most focus on the artistic direction Charles is taking the brand, but several mention the tension with Jocelyn. One blog post particularly catches my eye. St. James model threatens walkout over new artistic direction. The article quotes an anonymous insider claiming Jocelyn feels betrayed by Charles's decision to work with me. What's wrong, Mom? You look mad. Caleb's observation pulls me from my thoughts. Nothing's wrong, honey. I set my phone down. Just some silly grown-up stuff. About Dad? His perception sometimes catches me off guard. Sort of. Just work stuff. I force a smile. Let's order. I'm starving. After we place our order, my mind drifts back to those articles. What is Jocelyn's endgame here? Is she genuinely trying to sabotage the collaboration? Or is it me personally she wants to hurt? Our pizza arrives, and I try to focus on Caleb's animated story about recess. But questions keep swirling in my head. What if these rumors affect the collection? What if Charles's family decides I'm too much trouble? What if Jocelyn convinces them she's the safer choice for the brand? Mom, you're not eating, Caleb points out, cheese stretching from his slice to his mouth. Sorry, bud. I take a bite, forcing myself to be present. This is really good pizza, huh? The best. He grins, sauce smeared on his chin. Can we get ice cream too? Don't push your luck, I laugh, but then relent. Maybe a small one. As Caleb devours his pizza, I try to imagine what Charles would say about all this. He'd probably tell me to ignore Jocelyn's games, focus on the work, but it's hard when she seems determined to drive a wedge between us. What if she succeeds? What if the pressure becomes too much for Charles? Mom, can I call Dad? I want to tell him about your paintings. Let's finish dinner first, okay? He might be in meetings. The truth is, I'm not sure what to say to Charles right now. Do I mention the articles, ask him about Jocelyn, or pretend everything's fine? My phone buzzes with a text from him. Hi, honey. Hope you're doing well. Tell Caleb I'll be there in time for bedtime stories. The simple message warms my heart. Whatever Jocelyn is trying to do, Charles isn't falling for it. He's choosing us, choosing our family despite the drama. Mom, can we get the ice cream to go? I want to show Dad my new drawing before bedtime. Sure thing. I smile at my son, suddenly feeling much lighter. And you know what? Let's get some for Dad, too. As we pay for our pizza, I glance at my phone one last time, then deliberately turn it off. Jocelyn and her rumors can wait. Tonight is for celebrating with my family. The family Charles and I are building together, regardless of what anyone thinks. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 21. Allie. I check my phone one last time before leaving the apartment. Caleb's already at school, and I've got a full day of errands ahead. Grocery shopping, art supply run, and a meeting with a potential gallery owner who saw my work at the farmer's market. Things are finally looking up. The apartment door clicks shut behind me, and I adjust my purse strap, mentally running through my to-do list. I've just reached the bottom of the stairs when I hear them. Allie! Allie Buckley, over here. I freeze, momentarily confused by the cluster of people with cameras rushing toward me from the street. 5 of them. Cameras raised, shouting questions that blur together in a cacophony of noise. Is it true you're dating Charles St. James? How long have you been seeing the fashion heir? Did you trap him with a baby 5 years ago? My heart slams against my ribs. What the hell is happening? No comment. I manage, pushing past them toward my car. My hands shake as I fumble with my keys. Sources say you're the reason Jocelyn Ezekiel is leaving St. James. Care to comment? Is Caleb Buckley Charles's secret love child? My blood runs cold at the mention of my son's name. Damn. They know about Caleb. They know his name. Stay away from my son, I snap, my protective instincts flaring. Don't you dare bring him into this. The cameras click frantically, capturing my reaction. That's exactly what they wanted. I finally get my car door open and slide inside, locking it immediately. The paparazzi press against the windows, still shouting questions, their cameras flashing in my face. Charles confirmed Caleb is his son. How does it feel to finally have him acknowledge your child? My hands tremble so badly I can barely get the key in the ignition. When did Charles confirm this? To whom? To the press? Why didn't he tell me? I back out of my parking space, careful not to hit any of the photographers despite the temptation. They follow me to the street, still snapping photos as I pull away. In my rearview mirror, I watch them scramble to their cars, clearly intending to follow me. Damn, I mutter. Making a quick right turn, then another left, trying to lose them in the residential streets. My heart pounds so hard I can feel it in my throat. When I'm sure I've lost them, I pull over in a random strip mall parking lot, my hands still shaking. I need to figure out what's going on. I grab my phone and Google Charles St. James Allie Buckley. The results make my stomach drop. Fashion heir confirms love child with unknown artist. St. James model. Quits after heir chooses baby mama. The secret family of Charles St. James. Everything we know. There are dozens of articles, all published within the last 24 hours. Photos of me at the farmer's market. Pictures of Caleb playing at the park. Even a blurry shot of Charles leaving my apartment building early one morning. How did they get these? I whisper. Scrolling through image after image of my private life splashed across gossip sites. I click on one of the articles, scanning it quickly. Sources close to the St. James family confirm that fashion heir Charles St. James has acknowledged fathering a child with Los Angeles artist Allie Buckley. The revelation came during a heated confrontation with model Jocelyn Ezekiel, who has since announced her departure from the brand. My phone rings, startling me. Charles's name flashes on the screen. What the hell is happening? I answer, my voice cracking. There are photographers outside my apartment. They know about Caleb. They're following me. Allie, I'm so sorry. Charles sounds genuinely distressed. Jocelyn leaked everything to the press after our argument. I'm on my way to you now. Where are you? In some random parking lot. I had to lose the photographers. I take a shaky breath. Charles, they were asking about Caleb. They know his name. They called him your love child. How could you let this happen? I didn't mean for any of this to happen. His voice is strained. I should have known she would bring this to the press as soon as she could. You think? I can't keep the bitterness from my voice. And now our lives are splashed all over the internet. I know, and I'm going to fix it. I promise. He pauses. Are you safe? Is anyone following you now? I check my mirrors again. I don't think so. But I can't go back to my apartment, and I need to get Caleb from school. Oh God, what if they go to his school? They won't. His tone shifts, becoming authoritative. I've already called a security team. They're at the school now, and I've spoken with the principal. Caleb is safe. You have a security team at my son's school? The reality of what our lives have become hits me all at once. This is insane, Charles. I know it seems that way, but trust me, this will blow over. The press always moves on to the next story. He sighs. For now, I need you to drive to the Beverly Hills Hotel. I've booked a suite under a different name. The security team will bring Caleb there after school. The Beverly Hills Hotel? I can't afford. I've got it covered, Allie. Please. Just go there where it's safe, and we'll figure this out together. I close my eyes, fighting back tears. This morning I was just a mom with a growing art career. Now I'm hiding from paparazzi in luxury hotels while security teams protect my child. This isn't the life I wanted, I whisper, more to myself than to Charles. I know. His voice softens. And I'm sorry about this. But I'm not going to leave you alone to deal with this. I'm going to help you as much as I can. I promise, Allie, I'll handle this. Just stay at the hotel until I get there, okay? You and Caleb will be safe there. Charles's voice is steady, grounding me even as my world spins out of control. Okay, I whisper, gripping the phone tighter. I'll head there now. After we hang up, I sit in my car for a moment, trying to process everything. My private life, my son's life, splashed across gossip sites like cheap entertainment. All because of Jocelyn's jealousy. I pull out of the parking lot, constantly checking my mirrors for any cars that might be following me. The drive to Beverly Hills feels surreal, like I'm in someone else's life, someone else's drama. Not Allie Buckley, single mom and struggling artist. When I arrive at the hotel, a discreet valet takes my beat-up Honda without a second glance. The lobby is all marble and crystal chandeliers, making me acutely aware of my worn jeans and simple blouse. I approach the front desk, my voice barely above a whisper. I believe there's a reservation under... I hesitate, not knowing what name Charles used. Ms. Reynolds? The receptionist asks smoothly. I nod, grateful for Charles's foresight in using a different name. Of course. We've been expecting you. She slides a key card across the marble counter. The bungalow suite. Our staff has been instructed to provide maximum privacy during your stay. Thank you, I murmur, taking the card with trembling fingers. The suite is larger than my entire apartment, with plush furnishings and huge windows overlooking a private garden. Under different circumstances, I might have been excited about staying in such luxury. Now it just feels like a beautiful prison. I sink onto the edge of the massive bed, finally allowing myself to fully process what's happening. My art career was just starting to take off. The collaboration with Charles was opening doors I'd only dreamed about. And now this. Will galleries still want to work with me if I'm known as Charles St. James's baby mama instead of a serious artist? Will people buy my paintings because they like them? Or just because of who I'm connected to? My phone buzzes with a text from the school. Caleb safely with security team. En route to your location. Relief floods through me. At least Caleb is safe. I text back a quick thank you, then open my browser again, unable to stop myself from reading more articles. The newest ones are worse. St. James heir confirms secret love, child with unknown artist. Fashion dynasty drama. Charles St. James acknowledges 5-year-old son. Jocelyn Ezekiel devastated by St. James's secret family. I throw my phone across the bed, burying my face in my hands. This isn't going away. If anything, it's escalating. A soft knock at the door makes me jump. I approach cautiously, peering through the peephole to see Caleb's beaming face, flanked by a serious-looking man in a suit. I fling the door open, dropping to my knees to hug my son. "Mom!" "We came in a super fancy car with tinted windows," Caleb exclaims, his eyes wide with excitement. "Like spies." That's great, buddy." I force a smile, nodding thanks to the security guard. "Mr. St. James asked me to inform you that he's handling the situation and will be here within the hour," the man says formally. "Is there anything you need in the meantime?" "No, we're fine." "Thank you for bringing him safely." After he leaves, Caleb explores the suite with typical 5-year-old enthusiasm, completely oblivious to the crisis unfolding around him. To him, this is just an adventure, a surprise stay in a fancy hotel with his mom. "Mom, can we order room service? Dad says they have the best chocolate cake ever." "Dad?" The word still catches me off guard sometimes, even though Caleb has embraced Charles with open arms these past months. "Sure, we can order cake." I ruffle his hair, grateful for his innocence. As Caleb flips through the room service menu, I can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning. Jocelyn has shown her hand, but I doubt she's played all her cards. This leak to the press feels like the opening move in a game I never agreed to play. I stare out the window at the perfectly manicured garden below, wondering what her next move will be. Will she try to damage my reputation as an artist? Will she target Charles's position in the company? Or worse, will she find some way to hurt Caleb? The thought sends a chill down my spine. I've spent 5 years protecting my son, building a life for us brick by brick. I won't let Jocelyn Ezekiel tear it down for the sake of her wounded pride.
Chapter 22. Charles. I pound on Jocelyn's door, not giving a damn who hears me in her fancy Santa Monica high-rise. My blood's been boiling, and the 20-minute drive has only intensified my rage. The door swings open, and Jocelyn stands there in silk loungewear, a smug smile playing on her lips. "Charles, what a surprise." She steps aside, gesturing me in like we're old friends meeting for drinks. "I was wondering when you'd show up." I stride past her into the gleaming white apartment with its ocean view and minimalist furniture. Everything about this place screams calculated perfection, just like Jocelyn herself. "What do you think you're doing?" I turn on her the moment the door closes. "You leaked everything to the press. My son's name, where Allie lives, private photos." Jocelyn shrugs, moving to her bar cart to pour herself a drink. "Vodka soda?" "Cut the bull, Jocelyn. This isn't a social call." "Fine." She takes a long sip. "Yes, I spoke to some contacts. The public has a right to know about the St. James heir and his secret family, don't you think?" "No, I don't." I step closer, towering over her. "You crossed a line bringing my son into this. He's 5 years old." "Oh, please." She rolls her eyes. "No one's harming your precious love child. If anything, I did you a favor. Now you don't have to sneak around anymore." "A favor?" I laugh bitterly. Allie had photographers stalking her this morning. They followed her from her apartment. They know where Caleb goes to school. "Welcome to fame, Charles." She sits on her pristine white sofa, crossing her legs. "Your little artist girlfriend wanted in on the St. James world. This comes with the territory. She never wanted any of this. And you know it." I clench my fists at my sides. "You wanted to walk from the campaign, right? Fine. You've got it. You're being removed from the company altogether. Your contract is terminated, Effective immediately. For the first time, her composure slips. You can't do that. I already have. The legal team is drafting the paperwork as we speak. Your father won't allow it. Her voice hardens. He personally requested me for this campaign. I don't give a damn what my father wants. This is my division, my call. Jocelyn laughs, a cold sound that echoes in the sparse room. You really think Daddy will let you throw away millions in potential revenue over your little fling? William understands business. He knows I'm valuable to the brand. The familiar way she says my father's name catches me off guard. William? Yes, William. She smiles, clearly enjoying having the upper hand. We've gotten quite close while working on this campaign. He values my input. Something clicks into place. Is that why he's been pushing so hard for you to stay on? Because you've been whispering in his ear? We understand each other. She takes another sip of her drink. He knows quality when he sees it. And what exactly does that mean? Jocelyn stands, moving closer to me. It means your father appreciates me in ways you never did. He sees my full potential. The implication hangs in the air between us. You've got to be kidding me. I step back, disgust washing over me. You're sleeping with my father? She shrugs, not even bothering to deny it. It was just a hookup. After the Milan show, we were celebrating the sales numbers, had a few drinks. Jesus Christ. The revelation hits me like a physical blow. That's why he's been so insistent about keeping you on. That's why he dismissed all my concerns. Don't look so shocked, Charles. It's not like you and I were together. She smirks. Besides, William knows how to treat a woman, unlike his son. White-hot rage courses through me. You manipulative brat. You've been playing both sides this whole time. My father is married to my mother. You disgusting psycho. I'm just protecting my interests. And right now my interest is staying with St. James. She sets down her glass. So go ahead, try to terminate my contract. William won't let it happen. Watch me. I pull out my phone. I'm calling legal right now to expedite your termination. And I'm adding a clause about breaching confidentiality. We'll sue you for every penny you've made from us. You wouldn't dare. Try me. I start dialing. And when I'm done with that, I'm calling my father. I'd love to hear him explain why he's been defending his son's ex-girlfriend so passionately. For the first time, uncertainty flashes across her face. Charles, be reasonable. This could damage the brand. I don't care about the brand! I shout, my voice echoing off the high ceilings. I care about Ali. I care about my son. And I'm not going to let you or my father or anyone else mess with them. This isn't just about me and you anymore. I lower my voice, stepping closer. I love Ali. I love Caleb. They're my family. And if you ever come near them again, if you leak one more story or photo, I will personally make sure you never work in this industry again. Jocelyn stares at me, finally recognizing the determination in my eyes. You're making a mistake, she says quietly. Your father won't forgive this. That's his problem. I head for the door. Stay away from my family, Jocelyn. I won't warn you again. I can't get out of that damn building fast enough. When I'm finally out, I slam the door behind me, the cool air hitting my face like a slap. My skin feels contaminated, like I need to shower for hours to wash away the filth of what I just learned. My own father, with Jocelyn. The thought makes bile rise in my throat. I slide into my car, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turn white. I need a plan. This isn't just about me anymore. It's about protecting Ali and Caleb from the mess Jocelyn has unleashed. My phone buzzes. Marcus. What? I snap, putting the call on speaker as I pull into traffic. Sir, the tabloids are running with the story. It's everywhere. TMZ, page 6, all the fashion blogs. They have photos of Allie and Caleb. Damn. I slammed my hand against the dashboard. How bad? They know his name, age, where he goes to school. They're calling him your secret love child. My jaw clenches. What about Allie? They're, not being kind, sir. The narrative Jocelyn's pushing is that Ms. Buckley deliberately kept Caleb from you until she saw an opportunity to advance her career. Red-hot rage courses through me. Get legal on the phone. I want cease and desist letters sent to every outlet running these stories. Threaten lawsuits for invasion of privacy, defamation, whatever it takes. Already started the process, sir. Good. Thank you. I end the call and dial our head of PR. No answer. I try again. Voicemail. Useless. Fine, I'll handle this myself. I pull over and type out an email to our entire PR department, copying my father and the board. Effective immediately, St. James is severing all ties with Jocelyn Ezekiel. Her contract is terminated for breach of confidentiality and malicious actions against the company. A formal statement will be released confirming that Caleb Buckley is my son, and that Allie Buckley is both my partner and a valued creative collaborator with the brand. Any press inquiries are to be directed to me personally. Anyone speaking to media without authorization will be terminated. I hit send before I can second-guess myself. My father will be livid, but I don't give a damn anymore. This is my family they're messing with. Next, I call our head of security. Davidson, from here on out, I'll need your team at 2 locations immediately. Allie Buckley's apartment and Creative Minds Elementary School in Echo Park. My son attends there. Your son, sir? Yes, my son. It feels good to say it out loud without hesitation. I want them both protected from the press. And I want someone keeping an eye on Jocelyn Ezekiel. She's dangerous. Understood, sir. We'll have the teams on hand to start tomorrow. As I continue to drive, I'm already plotting my next moves. Jocelyn has declared war, and I'm going to make damn sure she regrets it. Before heading back to the hotel to rejoin Allie and Caleb, I make one more call. To my attorney. Richard, I need everything you've got on Jocelyn Ezekiel. Employment records, financial disclosures, social media history. I want to know every skeleton in her closet. May I ask why, Mr. St. James? She's come after my family. I'm going to make sure she never does it again. I see. And what about your father? He specifically requested her for the campaign. My father can go screw himself. The words feel liberating. And while you're at it, I want you to draw up paperwork establishing my parental rights to Caleb. Full legal recognition. Of course. I'll have everything ready by morning. I end the call and pull back into traffic, my mind clear despite the chaos. Jocelyn thought she could manipulate me, threaten my family, sleep with my father to get ahead. She's about to learn exactly.
Chapter 23. Allie. I stare out the hotel window, watching the palm trees sway in the breeze. 3 days in this gilded cage, and I'm already going stir-crazy. The suite is gorgeous, all cream-colored luxury and soft lighting. But it's not home. Mom, I'm bored. Caleb flops dramatically onto the king-sized bed, his coloring books and crayons scattered around him. When can we go home? I miss my dinosaurs. And Puppy and Kitty. My heart twists. I know, buddy. I miss them all too. I sit beside him, running my fingers through his curls. But we need to stay here a little longer. Why? Because of the people with cameras? Yeah. I try to keep my voice light. They're just being nosy, and we need some privacy right now. The door beeps, and Charles walks in, phone pressed to his ear, his expression thunderous. I don't care what the legal department says. Make it happen. He ends the call and tosses his phone onto the desk. Daddy? Caleb launches himself off the bed and into Charles's arms. Charles's face transforms instantly. his anger melting away as he scoops up our son. "Hey, buddy. What have you been up to today?" "Nothing," Caleb pouts. "Hotel jail is boring." Charles raises an eyebrow at me over Caleb's head, and I can't help the small smile that escapes. Leave it to a 5-year-old to nail our situation perfectly. "Hotel jail, huh?" Charles carries him back to the bed. "Well, I brought reinforcements." He pulls a shopping bag from behind his back. "Some new action figures to join your collection when we get home." Caleb's eyes light up as he digs into the bag, momentarily distracted. Charles comes to sit beside me, his hand finding mine. "How are you holding up?" he asks quietly. "I'm fine." The lie comes automatically. "Allie." His voice is gentle but firm. "It's me. You don't have to pretend." I sigh, leaning my head against his shoulder. I hate this. I hate that we're hiding. I hate that Caleb can't go to school or play with his friends. I hate that some strangers know where my son goes to school. Charles's jaw tightens. I know. I'm doing everything I can to fix this. By doing what exactly? More calls with lawyers? More threatening emails? I keep my voice low so Caleb can't hear. "Charles, you've been on the phone nonstop for 3 days, and nothing's changed. The stories are still out there. They're still calling me your baby mama." I fired Jocelyn. His voice is hard. Terminated her contract completely. "And how did that go over with your father?" A muscle in his jaw twitches. "He's not happy." That's an understatement, I'm guessing. Charles runs a hand through his hair. "He'll get over it. This is my division, my call." Is it though? Because from where I'm sitting, it seems like this whole situation is spiraling out of your control. I gesture around the hotel room. This isn't normal, Charles. Living in a hotel, having security guards follow my son to the bathroom. This isn't the life I want for him. It's temporary, he insists. Just until things die down. And when will that be? A week? A month? I stand up, pacing the room. My career was just starting to take off. Now I'll forever be the woman who trapped Charles St. James with a baby. Nobody who matters believes that. Everybody believes what they read, Charles. I wrap my arms around myself. I had a gallery owner call yesterday to cancel our meeting. Said they were looking for less controversial artists right now. Charles stands, coming to wrap his arms around me from behind. "I'm so sorry, Allie. This is all my fault." I lean back against his chest, exhausted. "It's not your fault. It's Jocelyn's. I need to know there's an end to this. That at some point, we get to go back to our normal lives. We will, he promises, his lips against my hair. I've got the PR team drafting a long statement. Once it's out, the frenzy should die down." "Mom, look," Caleb interrupts, holding up his new action figures. "This one looks like Dad. He's even wearing a suit." I force a smile. "Wow, you're right. He does look like your dad." Charles squeezes my shoulders before going to join Caleb on the bed. I watch them play, their heads bent together, dark and light, their laughter filling the room. Despite everything, my heart swells at the sight. Charles is so good with him, so natural. It's like he's been in our lives forever instead of just a few months. My phone buzzes with a text from my mother. "Saw the news. Why didn't you tell me Charles was Caleb's father? Call me." Great. Even my family is finding out from tabloids instead of from me. I set the phone aside without responding. That's a conversation for another day. "Hey," Charles calls, noticing my expression. "Come join us." Caleb's showing me his new battle moves. I cross to the bed and sit beside them, letting Caleb's enthusiasm wash over me. As I watch my son teach his father how to properly make explosion sounds, I realize something important. Despite the chaos Jocelyn has created, despite the paparazzi and the gossip and the hotel prison, I wouldn't trade this. Charles fighting for us, Caleb finally having his father, the three of us becoming a family. It's worth the temporary insanity. You okay? Charles asks softly, his eyes searching mine. I nod, reaching for his hand. Yeah, we'll get through this. We're building a tower of pillows on the hotel bed, laughing as it teeters dangerously before collapsing. Caleb squeals with delight, his earlier boredom forgotten as Charles tosses him onto the mattress. Again, Dad. Make it taller this time. Caleb bounces on his knees, eyes bright with excitement. You think we can go higher? Charles grabs another pillow from the couch. We'll need a solid foundation. What do you think, Architect Buckley? Will this work? I lean against the headboard, watching them. There's something magical about seeing them together like this. Charles in his expensive dress shirt, with the sleeves rolled up, completely focused on building the perfect pillow fort with our son. Mom, you gotta help, Caleb calls. Dad doesn't know how to make the corners strong. Is that right? I slide off the bed, joining their construction project. Let me show you professionals how it's done. Charles catches my eye over Caleb's head, his smile warming something deep inside me. For a moment, we're just a normal family playing together on a lazy afternoon, not hiding from paparazzi in a luxury hotel. The key is interlocking the pillows, I demonstrate, stacking them in an alternating pattern. See? Much more stable. Damn, you're good at this, Charles says, admiring my handiwork. Is there anything you can't do? Make the paparazzi disappear? I whisper, keeping my voice light so Caleb doesn't catch on. Charles's face softens. We'll get through this. I promise. His phone buzzes on the nightstand, and his expression shifts instantly. He glances at the screen, jaw tightening. It's my father, he says quietly. I've been waiting for this call. Caleb looks up from his pillow stacking. Is that Grandpa? Can I talk to him? The question hangs awkwardly in the air. Charles and I exchange a look. Caleb has never met his grandfather, and I'm not sure he ever will. Not right now, buddy, Charles says, ruffling Caleb's hair. His fingers linger for a moment, like he's trying to memorize the texture. Grandpa and I need to talk about boring grown-up stuff first. Maybe another time. The lie slides out smoothly, but I catch the tension in his shoulders as he turns to me. I need to take this, he tells me, already moving toward the door with quick, determined strides. It won't be pretty. Go. I nod, trying to project more confidence than I feel. We'll be fine. Do what you need to do. I watch as he squares his shoulders, preparing for battle with the St. James Patriarch. Charles steps into the suite sitting room, closing the bedroom door behind him with a soft click that somehow sounds final. Through the door, I hear the low rumble of his voice answering the call, his tone immediately aggressive. Hey, big guy, I say, turning back to Caleb and plastering on my brightest smile. I push away thoughts of Charles's father and what he might be saying about us, about me. Let's see if we can make this tower reach the ceiling before Dad gets back. I bet we can create something amazing. Yeah, Caleb jumps up, his small body practically vibrating with excitement as he grabs more pillows from the sofa. His eyes shine with determination as he hugs them to his chest. And then we can make a tunnel and a secret hideout where no one can find us. He doesn't seem to notice the storm brewing just beyond the door, and I'm grateful.
Chapter 24. Charles. I step into the suite sitting room, slamming the door harder than intended. My father's name flashes on my phone screen, and I take a deep breath before answering. What? My voice comes out flat, hostile. Is this how you answer calls from your father now? William St. James's crisp voice cuts through the line. I raised you better than that. Cut the bull, Dad. We both know why you're calling. Watch your tone, Charles. I'm still your father and the head of this company. I paced the length of the sitting room, blood pounding in my ears. Yeah? Well, maybe you should act like it instead of screwing my ex-girlfriend. The silence that follows tells me everything I need to know. When he speaks again, his voice has that dangerous calm I remember from childhood. Jocelyn told you. She let it slip, but it was getting obvious. I gripped the phone tighter. How could you do that to Mom? This isn't about your mother. This is about you throwing away everything we've built for some artist and her bastard. Don't you dare! My voice drops to a growl. That's my son you're talking about. Your grandson. A grandson I knew nothing about until I saw it splashed across page 6. He's shouting now. 5 years, Charles. 5 years this woman kept him from you, and now you're throwing away your career, your reputation, our company's reputation for what? Some bohemian fantasy. For my family. I stopped pacing, staring out at the city lights. Something you clearly know nothing about. I built this company for my family. For you. You built it for yourself. The truth I've always known finally spills out. Mom, me, we were just accessories to the St. James brand. That's not true, and you know it. Isn't it? Tell me, Dad. What was Jocelyn? Another accessory, a perk of the job? He sighs, and I can picture him pinching the bridge of his nose, like he always does when frustrated. That was a mistake. One night. It meant nothing. It meant something to me. My voice cracks. You undermined me at every turn because you were sleeping with her. You forced her into my division against my wishes. She's good for the brand. The numbers don't lie. Screw the numbers! Screw the brand! I slam my fist against the wall. I'm done letting you control my life. I love Allie. I love my son. And I'm going to build something with them, with or without your blessing. You're making a mistake. His voice turns cold. That woman is using you. She kept your child secret for 5 years, Charles. What kind of person does that? The kind who's been hurt before. The kind who's had to fight for everything she has. I think of Allie in the next room, building pillow forts with our son despite having her life turned upside down. She's stronger than anyone I know, stronger than you, stronger than me. This infatuation will pass. When it does, don't expect your position to be waiting. Is that a threat? It's reality. Actions have consequences. I laugh. A bitter sound. That's rich coming from you. Tell me, does Mom know about your one night with Jocelyn? The silence speaks volumes. That's what I thought. I take a deep breath. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to protect my family, Allie and Caleb. I'm going to build this division my way, and you're going to back off. Do you really think you can throw a tantrum and I'll bend to your will, Charles? That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. His voice drips with condescension, the same tone he's used to control me my entire life. Damn you, then. I quit. The words burst out of me like bullets, each one a declaration of independence I've been holding back for years. I grip the phone so tightly my knuckles turn white, hearing my father's breathing change on the other end of the line. The momentary silence tells me everything. He wasn't expecting this. Not from his obedient son, the heir to his precious empire. What did you just say to me? His voice has that dangerous edge I've known since childhood, the one that used to make me shrink back and apologize immediately. Not anymore. You heard me. I quit. I'm done with St. James, done with the brand, done with you. Each declaration feels like breaking a chain that's been wrapped around my chest for as long as I can remember. You're being ridiculous, Charles. This is just a tantrum because I won't let you keep your little artist plaything on the payroll. He spits the words out, trying to diminish what Allie means to me, trying to reduce her to nothing more than a temporary distraction. Allie isn't a plaything, and you know it. My voice drops to a dangerous growl. She's talented. She's brilliant, and she's the mother of your grandson. Not that you give a damn about either of them. You've never cared about anything that wasn't directly tied to your precious bottom line. Don't you dare take that tone with me. I built this company from nothing. Spare me the origin story, Dad. I've heard it 1,000 times. I cut him off, surprising us both. You built a company. Congratulations, but I'm building a loving family. Something you wouldn't understand. Silence stretches between us. When he speaks again, his voice is cold and calculating. You're throwing away your birthright over a woman you barely know. I'm choosing my son over a company that was never mine to begin with. It's always been yours. Your vision, your rules, your control. This is about Jocelyn, isn't it? He tries a different angle. Son, that was a mistake. One night that meant nothing. Don't! My voice drops to a growl. Don't you dare make excuses. You slept with my ex while pushing her into my division against my wishes. You undermined me at every turn. Business is business, Charles. Personal feelings shouldn't... Well, here's some business for you. It's official. I quit. Effective immediately. Consider this my resignation. I end the call before he can respond, my heart pounding in my chest. For a moment, I just stand there, letting the reality of what I've done wash over me. Then I pull out my phone and text Marcus. I'm resigning from St. James. Effective immediately. I'll explain later. Sorry to drop this on you. His response comes almost instantly. What? Are you serious? Dead serious. Best decision I've ever made. I fire off emails to HR, legal, and the board, keeping it brief and professional. No explanations, no drama. Just a simple resignation, effective immediately. With each message sent, the weight on my shoulders lifts. By the time I've contacted everyone who needs to know, I feel lighter than I have in years. Maybe ever. My phone explodes with notifications. Marcus calling, my father calling again, emails from board members, texts from colleagues. I silence it all and slip the phone into my pocket. I take a deep breath, feeling something unfamiliar spreading through my chest. It takes me a moment to recognize it. Freedom. For the first time in my adult life, I'm not a St. James heir, not the next in line, not carrying the weight of a dynasty on my shoulders. I'm just Charles, Allie's partner, Caleb's father. I open the bedroom door to find Allie and Caleb constructing an elaborate pillow fort on the king-sized bed. They both look up at me, their expressions so similar it makes my heart ache. Everything okay? Allie asks, her eyes searching mine. I cross the room and pull her into my arms, burying my face in her hair. I quit, I whisper against her ear. I walked away from all of it. The company, the name, everything. She pulls back, eyes wide. Charles, you didn't... I did. I smile, feeling oddly calm, and it feels amazing. Dad said a bad word! Caleb giggles from inside his pillow fortress. Sorry, buddy. I ruffle his hair. Grown-up moment won't happen again. Allie still looks stunned. But your family... the business... none of it matters without you two. I take her hands in mine. I'm done living someone else's life. I want to build something new. With you. With Caleb. Something that's ours.
Chapter 25. Allie. I push open the sliding glass door and step onto the balcony, breathing in the salty ocean air. Below us, Santa Monica Beach stretches like a golden ribbon along the coastline, the waves gently lapping at the shore. The view is breathtaking. Exactly what we needed after everything we've been through. Mom, come see my room. Caleb's excited voice pulls me back inside our new apartment. I follow the sound through the spacious living area, where moving boxes are stacked in organized chaos. Charles is methodically unpacking kitchenware, his sleeves rolled up, looking more relaxed than I've ever seen him. Caleb bounces on his heels at the doorway of his new bedroom. It's blue, just like the ocean. He grabs my hand, tugging me inside to show me the pale blue walls and the large window that frames a perfect view of the beach. This is amazing, buddy. I kneel beside him, taking in his excitement. And Dad says we can put up all my dinosaur posters. He points to the empty walls. And my books, and my toys, and everything. I laugh, ruffling his curls. We'll make it perfect. Charles appears in the doorway, leaning against the frame with a soft smile. Showing Mom your kingdom? It's the best room ever, Caleb declares, running to wrap his arms around Charles's legs. I'm glad you approve, sir. Charles lifts him up, their matching grins making my heart swell. Want to help me unpack the kitchen stuff? Can I put the cups away? Caleb asks eagerly. Absolutely, just the plastic ones, though. Charles sets him down and watches him race toward the kitchen. When we're alone, Charles pulls me into his arms. What do you think? Better than the hotel prison? Much better. I lean into his embrace. But are you sure this was necessary? The press coverage is dying down. After they leaked your old address? Not taking chances. His arms tighten around me protectively. Besides, this place has better security. And the view isn't bad either. The view is incredible, I admit, looking up at him. But it must cost... Don't. He presses his finger gently to my lips. We're not having the money conversation again. This is our fresh start, Allie. No more hiding, no more separate lives. I nod, still adjusting to this new reality where my partner can casually rent a beachfront apartment without blinking at the cost, even after walking away from his family's company. Come on, Charles takes my hand. I want to show you something. He leads me down the hallway past the master bedroom we'll share, a thought that still gives me butterflies, to a door at the end of the corridor. Close your eyes, he instructs. I comply, feeling his hands on my shoulders as he guides me forward. The sound of a door opening, a few more steps, then his voice in my ear. Okay, open. I gasp. The room before me is flooded with natural light from floor-to-ceiling windows facing the ocean. The hardwood floors gleam, and built-in shelves line one wall. Your studio, Charles says, his voice warm with pride. Northern exposure for the best light, but you still get the ocean view for inspiration. Charles. I'm speechless, taking in the perfect space. It's better than any studio I've ever dreamed of having. There's enough room for your canvases, supplies, everything. He points to a corner. I thought maybe your easel could go there to catch the morning light. I turn to him, emotion welling in my throat. I don't know what to say. Say you'll fill this room with your incredible art. He tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. Say you'll let me watch you create. Say this feels like home. It's perfect. I reach up to touch his face, overwhelmed by his thoughtfulness. But what about you? Where will you work? I figured we could share. He shrugs, suddenly looking uncertain. Unless you'd prefer your own space. I can set up elsewhere. No, I interrupt, wrapping my arms around his waist. I want you here. We can create together. His smile is radiant as he leans down to kiss me, his lips soft against mine. Mom. Dad. I found the dinosaur cups. Caleb's voice echoes from the kitchen. We break apart, laughing. Duty calls, Charles says, taking my hand. We head back to the kitchen where Caleb is proudly arranging plastic cups in the cabinet, standing on a step stool with intense concentration on his face. Look how organized it is. He beams, pointing to his color-coordinated system. Blue cups with blue, red with red. That's impressive, buddy, Charles says, lifting him down when he's finished. You've got a real eye for detail. Caleb twirls around the kitchen, his small body unable to contain his excitement. His arms spread wide as he spins, nearly knocking into a stack of boxes. The sunlight streams through the large windows, catching the dust motes dancing around him as he moves. I love our new house. It's like a castle, but better 'cause it's by the beach. His voice echoes slightly in the half-empty kitchen, bouncing off the marble countertops Charles had insisted on. I start unpacking a box of kitchen utensils, watching him dance. The familiar weight of wooden spoons and metal spatulas grounds me amid the chaos of moving day. Bubble wrap crinkles between my fingers as I unwrap each item, creating a small pile of organized chaos on the counter. You seem pretty happy about the move, I say, smiling at his unbridled joy. His dancing slows abruptly, like someone turned down the volume on his enthusiasm. He looks down at his sneakers, the blue ones with dinosaurs that light up when he walks. Yeah, but... He kicks at an invisible spot on the floor, his shoulders slumping slightly. What about my friends? Jake and Emma and Luis? They're gonna miss me. My heart squeezes painfully in my chest. In all the chaos of the last few weeks, the media frenzy when the truth got out, the hotel hiding to escape the paparazzi, Charles dramatically quitting his family business in that showdown with his father, I hadn't fully processed how this sudden move might affect Caleb. We'd been so caught up in our whirlwind romance rekindling that my son's social world had become collateral damage. Charles sets down the box he's carrying and crosses the kitchen in 3 long strides. He kneels down to Caleb's level, his expensive jeans touching the not yet mopped floor without hesitation. His blue eyes lock with Caleb's ones, intense and sincere. Hey, bud. Starting at a new school can be scary, but you know what? His voice is gentle but confident, the kind that makes you believe whatever comes next. What? Caleb looks up, eyes wide and trusting, hanging on Charles's every word. You're the coolest kid I know. Smart, funny, great at dinosaur facts. Kids are gonna line up to be your friend. You think so? Hope flickers across his face. I know so. Charles ruffles his curls. And we can invite your old friends for playdates. Maybe even sleepovers in your awesome new blue room. Really? Caleb's eyes light up. Absolutely, I chime in. This isn't goodbye to your friends. It's just a new adventure. Caleb considers this, then nods with the serious determination only a 5-year-old can muster. Okay, but I still might be a little scared on the first day. That's totally normal, I assure him. Everyone feels nervous about new things. Even you, Dad? Caleb asks, looking at Charles with wide eyes. Charles laughs. Are you kidding? Especially me. I was terrified when I quit my job last week. But you did it anyway? Caleb says, sounding impressed. That's right. Because sometimes the scary things lead to the best things. Charles glances at me, his eyes soft. Like our family. Caleb suddenly perks up. Oh, I almost forgot. He dashes off to his backpack by the door and returns with a folded piece of paper. I made this at the hotel. It's for both of you. He hands it to me with pride, and I unfold it carefully. It's a crayon drawing of 3 stick figures holding hands. One tall with yellow hair, one medium with big curly black hair, and one small figure between them. Above it, in wobbly letters, my family. See, that's Dad. He points to the yellow-haired figure. And that's you, Mom. And that's me in the middle. We're all holding hands because we love each other. I blink back tears, tracing my finger over his careful lettering. Caleb, this is beautiful. It's a masterpiece, Charles agrees, his voice thick with emotion. Definitely going on the fridge in our new home. Can we put it there now? Caleb bounces on his toes. First spot on the fridge, I say, grabbing a magnet from a box and placing his artwork front and center on our new refrigerator. There. Now it's officially home. Caleb beams, looking around at the half-unpacked kitchen with satisfaction. I like our family. Even if we move and stuff changes, we're still together, right? Always, Charles promises, pulling both of us into a hug. Over Caleb's head, Charles's eyes meet mine, and I see everything I'm feeling reflected there. Gratitude, love, and the certainty that despite all we've been through, we've ended up exactly where we belong. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 26. Charles. I grab my coffee mug and lean back in my chair, studying Marcus's face across the table. The outdoor cafe bustles with LA's usual mix of aspiring actors, tech bros, and tourists, but my former assistant's intensity cuts through the noise. Let me get this straight, I say, setting my mug down. You quit St. James to follow me into unemployment? Marcus adjusts his glasses, determination written across his features. It's not unemployment if we're building something, Charles. I can't help but laugh. My father would call that the definition of unemployment. Your father also thought sleeping with your ex was a good business strategy. Marcus shoots back, then immediately looks horrified. Damn, I'm sorry. That was accurate. I wave off his apology. And hilarious. The tension breaks as we both laugh. It feels good. Real in a way corporate meetings never did. Seriously, though, Marcus continues, pulling out his tablet. I've been following what you and Allie created for our former spring line. It wasn't just good, Charles. It was revolutionary. He swipes through photos of our collection. Allie's vibrant art translated into wearable pieces, my tailoring giving structure to her wild creativity. The fusion looks even better in these professional shots than it did in person. Your father's been trying to tap into authentic artisanal aesthetics for years with those overpriced, artisan-inspired collections. But this, Marcus taps the screen emphatically. This is the real thing. You're not appropriating artistic culture here, not at all. You're collaborating with it, creating something genuine. I study the images, seeing our work through fresh eyes. We were just playing around, trying things. That's exactly why it works. Marcus leans forward. It's not focus grouped to death or designed by committee. It's authentic, and people respond to authentic. A spark ignites in my chest. The same feeling I had watching Allie work, seeing Caleb's face light up when we created together. You really think we could build something here? I ask, allowing myself to consider it. I know you can. Marcus's confidence is unwavering. You've got the industry connections, the technical expertise, and now you've got the creative freedom your father never allowed you. Plus, you've got Allie's talent. That woman sees the world differently. I smile, thinking of Allie in our new studio space, paintbrush in hand, lost in creation. She really does. So what's stopping you? Marcus challenges. You've already taken the hardest step by walking away from St. James. Why not build something that's truly yours? I stare into my coffee, watching the light play across its surface. Starting from scratch isn't easy. Even with my connections, there's funding, manufacturing, distribution. All problems with solutions, Marcus counters, and I happen to be excellent at solving problems. It's why you hired me. I didn't hire you to follow me into my midlife crisis. You're 27. Too young for a midlife crisis. He grins. Besides, I'm not following you. I'm betting on you. There's a difference. The conviction in his voice hits me. Marcus believes in me more than my own father ever did. Charles St. James Design, I say, testing the name. Marcus shakes his head. Just Charles. Leave the St. James behind. Start fresh. Just Charles. The simplicity appeals to me. No dynasty, no expectations. Just my vision paired with Allie's creativity. You know what? I lean forward, decision crystallizing. Let's do it. I've got savings, connections. We could start small, build organically. That's what I'm talking about. Marcus's enthusiasm is contagious, and I have already started putting together a business plan. Initial investment requirements, production timelines, marketing strategy. Of course you have, I laugh. You always were 3 steps ahead. Someone has to be. He slides the tablet toward me. Look it over. Show Allie, see what she thinks. I scroll through his meticulous plans, impressed but not surprised. Marcus never does anything halfway. Allie's going to flip when she sees this, I say, already imagining her reaction. She's been worried about me since I quit. She won't be worried when she sees the projections. You two could really build something special here, Charles. Something that's yours, not your father's, not St. James' corpse. Just yours. As I look at the numbers, the sketches, the potential laid out before me, I feel something I haven't felt in years. Genuine excitement about the future. Marcus, I say, extending my hand across the table. Welcome to the team. Marcus's smile broadens as he tucks the tablet into his messenger bag. You have no idea how satisfying it was to hand in my resignation letter. He leans forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. The place is imploding, Charles. Complete chaos since you left. Yeah. I can't help the satisfaction that spreads through me. Tell me everything. Where do I even start? Marcus shakes his head. The spring campaign is tanking. Without your direction, it's just hollow, generic. The early numbers are abysmal. I take a sip of my coffee, savoring both the bitter taste and the bitter karma. Couldn't have happened to a nicer person. That's not even the best part. Marcus's eyes gleam behind his glasses. Those tabloid leaks about Jocelyn and your father, they're all anyone's talking about. The board is freaking out about the PR nightmare, and they want heads to roll for this. 3 major retailers have already threatened to pull spring orders if William stays on as CEO. I maintain a neutral expression, though inside I'm practically dancing. What a shame. You magnificent bastard. Marcus studies me, realization dawning. You leaked those details, didn't you? I shrug, examining my coffee cup with sudden interest. I have no idea what you're talking about. Right, he laughs. The timing was just a cosmic coincidence. The universe works in mysterious ways. The universe, or someone with insider information about the affair between Jocelyn Ezekiel and William St. James. Marcus shakes his head admiringly. Your father must be losing his mind. He deserves everything coming to him. The words come out harder than I intended. He used my relationship with Jocelyn to manipulate me all throughout my time here. He screwed her, then tried pushing her into my division against my wishes. And he had the gall to insult Allie and Caleb after everything was said and done. He's an audacious piece of trash, I'll give him that. Well, your revenge is working. The stock dropped 12% in 2 days. Marcus leans back. William's trying to blame you for everything, saying you abandoned ship, that you were unstable. Blah, blah, blah. Nobody's buying it. Not after those details hit the internet. What about my mother? I ask, feeling a twinge of guilt. Filed for divorce yesterday. It's all over page 6. I exhale slowly. Good for her. The company's in a free fall, Charles. The board's talking about an emergency session to remove your father. Marcus's expression turns serious. I couldn't stay there another day watching him destroy what you built on the West Coast. Not when I knew you were out here starting something real. His loyalty hits me unexpectedly. In the corporate Shark Tank I grew up in, genuine loyalty was as rare as genuine talent. I appreciate that, Marcus. More than you know. I reach across the table and clasp his shoulder. But are you sure about this? St. James Corp might be a trash show, but it's a stable trash show. What we're building, it's a risk. The biggest risks yield the biggest rewards. He grins. Besides, your father tried to make me report directly to Bentley after you left. As if I'd work for someone who can't tell the difference between chiffon and charmeuse. I laugh, picturing Bentley's face when Marcus walked out. He's a 36-year-old wise-ass who thinks himself too important to consider anyone else's opinions, when in reality he's just a pretentious snob who thinks avocado toast is the pinnacle of dining. His fashion knowledge begins and ends with whatever's trending on Instagram. Exactly. He taps the tablet between us. So, are we doing this? For real? I think about Allie and Caleb waiting for me at home. Our new home. The studio space we've been setting up together. The way Caleb's face lights up when I teach him about different fabrics. The late nights sketching with Allie, her creativity sparking mine in ways I never experienced at St. James. We're doing this, I confirm, feeling more certain than I have about anything in years. My father built an empire on exploitation and image. We're building something authentic, something that matters. Marcus raises his coffee cup. To new beginnings. I clink my mug against his, and to my father's spectacular downfall. We both laugh, and for the first time in my life I feel completely unburdened by the St. James name. Whatever comes next, success or failure, it will be on my terms. Our terms. And that makes all the difference.
Chapter 27. Allie. I hold my breath as Marcus unfolds the fabric samples, spreading them across our studio work table. Sunlight streams through the windows, catching on the vibrant colors of my floral designs, now printed on luxurious fabrics. Damn. I whisper, reaching out to touch a swatch of silk with trembling fingers. My wildflowers and peonies dance across the material, more vivid and alive than I ever imagined they could be. They look incredible, Charles finishes for me, standing so close I can feel his warmth against my back. His hand slides around my waist, anchoring me as I take in the reality of my art transformed. Marcus grins, adjusting his glasses. The manufacturer went crazy for these. Said they haven't seen patterns with this much depth in years. He holds up a larger piece, showing how the design would wrap around a dress bodice. Look at how the colors pop against the cream background. I run my fingers over the fabric, hardly believing this is real. For years, my art existed only on canvases or in farmers' market booths. Now it's taking shape as something wearable, something that could walk down a runway. This is our creation, something Charles, Marcus, and I collaborated on, turning our ideas into something divine. The headscarf samples are my favorite, Marcus continues, pulling out several square silk samples with my spring florals arranged in different colorways. These are going to fly off shelves. Charles picks up a scarf in deep blues and purples. Allie, these are extraordinary. His voice has that low, intense quality it gets when he's truly impressed. The way you've captured the movement of the petals, it looks like they're dancing in a breeze. You really think people will want to wear my art? I ask, still struggling to believe this is happening. Want to? Marcus laughs. They're going to fight over it. The focus group results were off the charts. Focus group. I turn to Charles, surprised. He at least has the decency to look slightly sheepish. Just a small one. Industry insiders, some fashion editors. I wanted objective feedback before we went all in on production. And? My heart pounds. And they loved it. Marcus jumps in. Especially the story behind it. Independent artist mom reunites with fashion rebel and old lover who ditched his family empire. It's marketing gold. I roll my eyes. So glad my life makes for a good press release. Charles squeezes my waist. That's not why we're doing this. We're doing it because your work deserves to be seen. He picks up another sample, this one showing how my wildflower pattern would look on a flowing sundress. Look at this, Allie. This is all you. I never imagined this, I admit, leaning back against Charles's solid chest. When I was struggling to sell paintings at the farmer's market, barely making rent. My voice catches. Now look at me. You deserve this, Charles says firmly. Your talent was always there. You just needed the right platform. Marcus clears his throat. Speaking of platforms, we need to discuss the launch timeline. Spring collection needs to be finalized in the next 3 weeks if we want to hit production deadlines. I laugh, shaking my head. This is really happening, isn't it? We're actually doing this. We're doing this, Charles confirms, turning me to face him. His blue eyes are intense, focused. But only if you're all in. This is your art, Allie. Your vision. If at any point it doesn't feel right, it feels right. I interrupt, surprising myself with my certainty. More right than anything has in a long time. His smile could light up the room. That's my girl. Marcus pretends to gag. You two are disgustingly cute. Can we get back to business now? We laugh, and I turn back to the fabric samples, running my fingers over a particularly vibrant pattern of peonies. These flowers started as a painting I created the night after Charles and I reconnected, full of hope and possibility. These are beautiful, Allie, Charles says softly, his hand covering mine on the fabric. The warmth of his touch sends a familiar tingle up my arm as his thumb traces small circles against my skin. You're beautiful. I feel heat spread across my entire body, the intensity in his eyes making my stomach flutter. Even after all this time, he still has this effect on me, like I'm the only woman in the world when he looks at me that way. Man, you two, Marcus whispers, hunched over his phone, typing furiously with his thumbs. His expression shifts from concentration to barely contained glee. You guys are going to love to hear this. Seriously, this is too good. Distracted on the job, Marcus, Charles teases, for a very good reason. Why? I ask, curiosity getting the best of me. I reluctantly pull my hand away from Charles's touch, leaning across the table toward Marcus. What's got you looking like you just won the lottery? Marcus waves his phone at us with such enthusiasm, he nearly knocks over his overpriced artisanal coffee. The liquid sloshes dangerously close to the edge as he steadies it with his free hand. It's about our favorite Los Angeles socialite, he says with a mischievous grin that stretches from ear to ear. His eyes dance with delight as he scrolls through whatever's on his screen. Have you seen what Jocelyn's been up to lately? This is absolutely priceless. Please tell me she's finally left the country, Charles says, leaning forward with interest, his broad shoulders tensing slightly at the mention of his ex. His jaw tightens just enough for me to notice, a subtle reminder of all the drama she caused us. Or better yet, the planet. Mars colonization could use someone with her unique talents for creating chaos. Marcus turns his phone around, showing us a video of Jocelyn sitting in what looks like her apartment, mascara smudged under her eyes, looking dramatically into the camera. She's gone full social media beggar. Started a fundraiser for herself after losing those modeling contracts. You're kidding, I say, taking the phone from him. The video shows Jocelyn dabbing at her eyes with a tissue, her apartment noticeably less luxurious than I'd expect. She's literally asking for donations, Marcus continues, barely containing his laughter. Claims she's a victim of cancel culture and needs support from her true fans during this difficult time. Charles snorts. What fans? The only reason anyone knew her name was because of my family's connections. I press play on the video, and Jocelyn's voice fills our small circle. After everything that's happened, I've lost almost all my income. She sniffles dramatically. The St. James family has used their influence to blacklist me from the industry. If you've ever enjoyed my content, please consider donating to help me through this difficult transition. Oh my God. I hand the phone back to Marcus, unable to stop myself from laughing. She's actually grifting. How much has she raised? A whopping $87, Marcus says with satisfaction. Turns out people don't have much sympathy for homewreckers who try to destroy families. Charles shakes his head, a smile playing at his lips. She's been going live every night this week, apparently. Each time with a different sad story about how she's been wronged. Last night she claimed she couldn't afford groceries, Marcus adds, scrolling through his phone. While wearing Louboutins and drinking champagne? We all burst out laughing, and I feel a weight lifting from my shoulders. After everything Jocelyn put us through, The public humiliation, the rumors about me being a gold digger, the attempts to turn the media against us. Seeing her reduced to begging online feels like karmic justice. I almost feel sorry for her, I say, not meaning it at all. Don't, Charles says firmly, his hand finding mine under the table. She knew exactly what she was doing when she leaked those stories about Caleb. She wanted to hurt us. Well, it backfired spectacularly, Marcus says, putting his phone away. No reputable brand wants to touch her now. Meanwhile, your collection is generating serious buzz. I've had 3 major retailers reach out just this morning. I squeeze Charles's hand, still amazed at how quickly our lives have changed. Just months ago, I was struggling to sell paintings at the farmer's market. Now we're launching our own fashion line, my art transformed into something I never imagined possible. I still can't believe this is happening, I admit, looking at the fabric samples spread across the table. That people actually want to wear my designs. Believe it, Charles says, his eyes warm as they meet mine. It was only a matter of time before you got this platform. Your talent made it inevitable. Marcus clears his throat. Speaking of platforms, we need to discuss the launch strategy. With Jocelyn's social media meltdown taking up space in the fashion blogs, it's the perfect time to announce your collection. I smile, thinking about how far we've come. Jocelyn tried to destroy us, but instead, she gave us exactly what we needed: freedom from the St. James Empire and the space to create something authentically ours. Let her keep begging online, I say, picking up a swatch of fabric printed with my wildflower design. We've got better things to focus on.
Chapter 28. Charles. I step back, hands on my hips, surveying our new office space with a sense of pride I've never felt at St. James Corp. The industrial loft in downtown LA has high ceilings, exposed brick, and tall windows that flood the space with natural light. It's nothing like the sterile glass tower my father would have chosen. What do you think? I ask, watching Allie run her fingers along the reclaimed wood table we've set up as our main workspace. It's perfect, she says, her eyes bright with excitement. I can't believe how quickly you pulled this together. When you're not answering to a board of directors or a controlling father, decisions happen a lot faster. I walk over to the windows, looking out at the city sprawled below us. No corporate red tape, no endless approvals. Just us making the calls. Marcus appears from the small kitchenette area, carrying 3 coffee mugs. I've set up the Wi-Fi and the printer. We're officially in business. Damn straight we are. I take a mug from him, feeling the weight of this moment. A year ago, I was trapped in a life I never chose. Now I'm building something from scratch with people I actually respect. The social media coordinator will be here at noon, Marcus says, checking his watch. Her portfolio is impressive. She's built brands from nothing before. Good. We need someone who understands how to build authenticity online. I turn to Allie. No corporate nonsense, remember? Just real connections with real people who love your art. She smiles, that radiant smile that still makes my heart skip. It's surreal. Just a month ago, I was hawking paintings at a farmer's market. Now you're about to launch your own fashion line. I wrap an arm around her waist, pulling her close. How does it feel? Terrifying. Exhilarating. She leans into me, like I'm finally where I'm supposed to be. The door buzzes and Marcus goes to answer it. He returns with a young woman with purple hair and an iPad clutched to her chest. Layla McDaniels, she introduces herself, extending her hand. Social media wizard, at your service. I shake her hand, appreciating her confidence. Charles, this is Allie, the artistic genius behind our designs. Your work is incredible, Layla says to Allie without missing a beat. Those florals on silk were the most beautiful thing ever. I've never seen anything like it. The way you capture movement in a still image is next level. Ali smiles, still not used to professional recognition. Thank you. I've been stalking your farmer's market Instagram, Layla continues, pulling up Ali's modest account on her iPad. There's so much potential here. Your authentic voice shines through. We just need to amplify it. We gather around the large table as Layla lays out her vision for our social media strategy. Her energy is infectious as she talks about building a narrative around our brand, not just selling clothes, but telling the story of our collaboration, our commitment to sustainable production, and Ali's journey as an artist. People don't just buy products anymore, Layla explains. They buy into stories, values, communities, and you two have an incredible story. The rebel heir and the farmer's market artist? I joke. Exactly, Layla points at me. It's authentic as hell. It's not every day you hear a story like that. You walked away from a fashion empire to build something real with the woman you love. That's the kind of story that resonates. I catch Ali's eye across the table, seeing her surprise at Layla's blunt assessment. But she's right. Our story is compelling because it's real. As the meeting continues, I find myself watching Ali more than listening. The way she engages with Layla's ideas, offering suggestions and asking insightful questions. She belongs here, in this creative space, not hiding her talent at weekend markets. What about production timelines? Marcus asks, bringing me back to the conversation. We need to coordinate social teasers with actual inventory availability. I've got contacts at 3 small batch manufacturers in LA, I say. All ethical, all local, higher cost per unit, but we control quality and can adjust production based on demand. Building from the ground up has its advantages, Marcus concedes. By the way, I continue, I've been thinking about our brand values. St. James always talked about quality, but it was nonsense. They outsourced to the cheapest factories while charging premium prices. What are you suggesting? Ali asks. Transparency. Real transparency. We show our customers exactly where and how our pieces are made. The actual people sewing them. The actual cost breakdown. Layla's eyes widen. That's revolutionary in fashion. Most brands would never expose their margins like that. Most brands are built on lies, I say flatly. I watched my father build an empire on exploitation disguised as luxury. I won't do the same. The room falls quiet as my words sink in. I've never articulated this so clearly before, even to myself. But standing here in this space that represents my freedom from that world, I feel the truth of it in my bones. I love that, Ali says finally, reaching across the table to take my hand. Building something honest from the ground up. It's refreshing, Marcus agrees. Working somewhere where the values aren't just marketing copy. I look around at our small team. Ali with her artistic vision, Marcus with his organizational genius, Layla with her digital savvy. This is what building something real feels like. This is just the beginning, I say, feeling a surge of determination. We're going to change how fashion works, one piece at a time. As the meeting wraps up and we break for lunch, I find myself standing by the windows again, watching the city below. For the first time in my life, I'm not a St. James heir with a predetermined path. I'm just Charles, building something authentic with people I respect. My phone buzzes on the desk, and I glance down to see Mom lighting up the screen. I hesitate for a moment, bracing myself for whatever fresh drama the St. James family has cooked up today. I should take this, I tell Marcus, who nods and steps out to give me privacy. Hey, Mom, I answer, leaning back in my chair. Charles! Her voice sounds different, softer, less rigid than usual. How are you, darling? I'm good. Actually, I'm great. I look around at our new office space, feeling a surge of pride. We just signed the lease on our first official studio space. It's coming together faster than I expected. That's wonderful. There's a pause, and I hear her take a deep breath. I'm getting divorced from your father, Charles. Even though Marcus already told me, hearing it from her makes it real. I know. Are you okay? She laughs, a surprisingly genuine sound. I'm better than I've been in decades. Your father's affair with that Ezekiel girl was the final straw, but honestly, it was a long time coming. I'm sorry it had to end this way. Don't be. The scandal actually made it easier. The prenup had an infidelity clause your father insisted on years ago. Ironic, isn't it? I can't help but smile at that. Karma's bad. Language, Charles, she chides, but I can hear the smile in her voice. But yes, it certainly is. There's a comfortable silence between us, something rare in our relationship. I've been thinking, she continues, perhaps it's time for a change of scenery. This Boston house holds too many memories, and East Coast winters have never agreed with me. What are you saying? I'm considering relocating to California. Los Angeles, specifically. My heart skips a beat. Really? That's unexpected. Is it? She sighs. Charles, I've missed so much of your life trying to be the perfect St. James wife. I don't want to miss knowing my grandson, too. The mention of Caleb catches me off guard. You want to know Caleb? Of course I do. He's my grandson. Her voice softens. Tell me about him. What's he like? I lean forward, surprised by her interest but eager to share. He's amazing, Mom. Smart, creative, curious about everything. He's got this laugh that just lights up the room, and he's obsessed with astronomy, dinosaurs, and animals. He knows more facts about them all than I do about fabric. He sounds wonderful. There's genuine warmth in her voice. Does he look like you did at that age? A bit. He's got my eyes, but he has Allie's curls and her smile and her artistic talent. You should see the drawings he makes. I'd like to. Very much. She pauses. That's partly why I'm calling. I'm thinking of buying a place in Santa Monica. Close enough to be involved, but not so close I'd intrude on your new life. I'm momentarily speechless. My mother has never been the type to prioritize family over appearances. You're serious about this? Of course I am. The divorce will be finalized soon, and I'll have more than enough to start fresh. I thought perhaps I could help with Caleb sometimes, or with your business. I do know a thing or two about fashion, despite your father's insistence that I was just a pretty face. I remember the designs she used to sketch when I was young, before my father convinced her to focus on being the perfect corporate wife. You were always talented, Mom. Dad just couldn't handle not being the star. Well, now I can be whatever I want to be. There's a new confidence in her voice that I've never heard before. So what do you think? Would you and Allie be open to having me nearby? I understand if it's too much, too soon. I think about Allie and how she's always talked about wanting Caleb to have extended family, about how she grew up without grandparents and never wanted that for our son. I think it's a great idea, I say finally. Caleb would love having his grandmother around, and honestly, we could use all the support we can get right now. This business is taking off faster than we expected. I'm so proud of you, Charles. Her voice cracks slightly. Walking away from your father's company took real courage. The kind I never had. Until now, I remind her. Filing for divorce after 30 years? That takes guts, Mom. She laughs again. I suppose we're both finding our spines rather late in life. Better late than never. Indeed. She pauses. Would it be all right if I came to visit soon? Just to see you all and perhaps look at some properties? I promise not to overstay my welcome. Of course. Allie would love to meet you properly. And Caleb is going to flip when he finds out he has a grandma who wants to spoil him. Oh, I fully intend to spoil him rotten. It's a grandmother's prerogative. We talk for a few more minutes about logistics and her visit plans. As I hang up, I feel a weight lifting from my shoulders. For years, I thought walking away from St. James meant losing my family completely. Instead, it seems like I'm gaining the mother I never really had. Marcus pokes his head back in. Everything okay? Yeah, I say, unable to keep the smile off my face. My mother's moving to L.A. She wants to be close to Caleb and to help with the business if we need it. Marcus raises his eyebrows. Victoria St. James, fashion icon of the Upper East Side, moving to laid-back L.A.? Now that I didn't see coming? Me neither. I laugh, shaking my head. But I'm glad. Caleb deserves to know his grandmother, and honestly, she deserves a second chance at happiness too. Your family drama could fuel a reality show, you know that? Marcus grins. God, don't even joke about that. I stand up, feeling energized. Come on, let's finish setting up. We've got a fashion line to launch and a family to build.
Chapter 29. Allie. I walk hand in hand with Charles along the shoreline, our footprints leaving temporary marks in the wet sand. Ahead of us, Victoria chases Caleb through the shallow waves, her elegant linen pants rolled up to her knees, her usually perfect hair blowing freely in the ocean breeze. Look at me, Grandma! Caleb shrieks with delight as he jumps over a small wave, sending water splashing everywhere. Victoria laughs, a genuine, uninhibited sound I never expected from the poised woman who arrived at our doorstep 2 weeks ago with designer luggage and uncertain eyes. I've never seen her like this, Charles says quietly, squeezing my hand. Growing up, she was always so controlled. Every hair in place, every emotion carefully managed. I lean against his shoulder. She looks beautiful when she's happy. And she does. Victoria St. James, former queen of Boston society, is radiant as she plays with Caleb, her face flushed from exertion and joy, her expensive blouse dampened with sea spray. She's kicked off her sandals somewhere up the beach, abandoning propriety for the simple pleasure of feeling sand between her toes. Catch me if you can, she calls to Caleb, darting away with surprising agility for a woman in her late 50s. I'm gonna get you, Grandma. Caleb races after her, his little legs pumping hard across the wet sand. Charles shakes his head in amazement. Dad would have a stroke if he could see her now. Good thing he's 3,000 miles away then, I reply, feeling protective of this newfound relationship. Victoria has slotted into our lives with surprising ease, bringing with her not the judgment I feared, but a genuine desire to know us. All of us. She's so different here, Charles continues, watching his mother scoop Caleb up and spin him around. It's like she left that St. James shell behind in Boston. Maybe she did. Maybe she needed to escape as much as you did. Victoria sets Caleb down and points towards something in the distance. They both crouch down, examining what looks like a shell or small crab. Her head is bent close to his, their profiles strikingly similar. You know what's crazy? Charles pulls me closer, his arm around my waist. I think she might actually be good for our business. She's got an eye for fashion that even my father couldn't deny, and connections that could open doors for us. As long as she doesn't try to turn us into St. James 2.0, I warn. No chance of that. She hates what the company became under my father. She told me yesterday that our authenticity is what will make us successful. Ahead of us, Victoria stands up, holding Caleb's hand as they walk toward the water's edge. She points out to the horizon, saying something we can't hear over the crash of waves. Caleb nods solemnly, absorbing whatever wisdom she's imparting. Did you ever imagine this? I ask. When you walked away from your family's company, did you think you'd end up with more family than you started with? Charles laughs, a deep rumble I feel against my side. No, I thought I was choosing you and Caleb over everything else. Turns out I just needed to choose what matters. Victoria glances back at us, waving with a freedom of movement I've never seen in her before. The elegant woman who arrived at our door with perfect makeup and designer clothes has transformed into someone lighter, happier. She's going to buy that house in Santa Monica, Charles says. She told me this morning, said she hasn't felt this alive in decades. I'm glad, I say, surprising myself with how much I mean it. Caleb deserves to know his grandmother, and she deserves a second chance at happiness. Victoria is now helping Caleb build a small sandcastle, her expensive manicure forgotten as she digs in the wet sand. She laughs at something he says, throwing her head back in a way that reminds me so much of Charles. She looks so free, I murmur. Charles nods, watching his mother with a softness in his eyes. She is free. Maybe for the first time ever. As we reach them, Caleb looks up with sand-covered hands and a beaming smile. Mom! Dad! Grandma's gonna teach me to make sandcastles like they do in France, with moats and everything. Victoria smiles up at us, squinting against the sun. Her face is free of makeup. Faint lines showing around her eyes and mouth, lines of laughter she'd always concealed before. I hope that's all right, she says. I promised him we'd build a masterpiece. Of course it's all right, I say, dropping to my knees beside them. Room for 2 more castle architects? Always, Victoria says, her eyes meeting mine with genuine warmth, a connection I never thought possible just weeks ago. I dig my hands into the wet sand, feeling its cool weight between my fingers as I help Victoria shape the base of our sandcastle. The gritty texture reminds me of the clay I use in my studio, though much less forgiving. Charles and Caleb are working on the moat together, my son giggling uncontrollably every time water rushes through the intricate channel they've dug around our growing structure. The sound of his laughter mingles with the crash of waves in the distance, creating a perfect soundtrack to this unexpected family moment. The secret is to pack it really tight, Victoria explains, demonstrating with practiced hands that move with surprising precision. Then you can carve the details without it crumbling. See how I'm pressing from all sides? She forms a perfect tower, her movements deliberate and confident. I watch her long, elegant fingers shape the sand with surprising skill, noticing how she's abandoned all pretense of maintaining her usual polished appearance. There's sand under her manicured nails and speckling her designer cover-up, but she doesn't seem to care at all. Where did you learn to build sandcastles like this? I ask, trying to mimic her technique, but failing miserably as my attempted tower collapses into a sad, shapeless lump. I didn't exactly picture you as the sandcastle type. Victoria smiles, her eyes crinkling at the corners. My parents took me to the French Riviera when I was about 8. There was this old man on the beach who built the most magnificent sand sculptures. I was completely fascinated. She pauses, lost in memory. I spent our entire vacation following him around, watching his technique. By the end of the trip, he was letting me help. Grandma, look what I've found. Caleb rushes over, his small palm overflowing with broken shell fragments in various shades of white and pearlescent pink. His eyes gleam with excitement as he presents his beach treasures. Can we use these for decorating? I found the prettiest ones just over there. Absolutely, Victoria says, examining the shells with genuine interest. These will make perfect windows for our castle. And look at this iridescent one. It could be our royal flag at the top of the turret. Caleb carefully places his treasures beside her, arranging them by size and color with surprising attention to detail, before racing back to help Charles with the moat. His little feet kick up sand as he runs, leaving a trail of tiny footprints behind him. I'm still getting used to this. The easy way Victoria interacts with my son, the natural affection between them that formed almost instantly. It's both heartwarming and slightly disorienting to see my child so comfortable with a woman who was a complete stranger to him just days ago. You know, Victoria says, her voice dropping to a mischievous tone as she leans closer to me. I learned more than just sandcastle building in France. There's a glint in her eye that reminds me so much of Charles when he's about to say something outrageous. Oh? I press sand into the mold we've created for a tower, trying to achieve the perfect density she showed me earlier. My fingers aren't nearly as skilled as hers, but I'm determined to contribute something worthwhile to our beachfront masterpiece. Victoria nods, carefully etching tiny brick patterns into our castle wall with the edge of a seashell. I had my first escargot there. Changed my entire perspective on cuisine. I wrinkle my nose involuntarily, pausing mid-construction. Snails? Really? You actually put those in your mouth on purpose? The thought makes my stomach do a little flip, though I try not to let my disgust show too obviously. They're considered a delicacy, she says, laughing at my expression. Bathed in garlic butter and herbs. Quite delicious, actually. You ate snails? Caleb's voice rings out in horror. He's abandoned the moat and stands before us, eyes wide with disgust and fascination. Victoria nods solemnly. I certainly did. And they were very tasty. But snails are all slimy and gross. Caleb's face contorts dramatically. Not when they're cooked properly, Victoria explains. They taste a bit like chewy garlic bread. Ew! Caleb clutches his stomach in exaggerated revulsion, making us all laugh. Charles joins us, kneeling beside his mother. Mom used to make me try all sorts of weird foods when I was growing up, he tells Caleb. Frog legs, octopus, things that would make your toes curl. Did not, Victoria protests, flicking sand at her son playfully. Don't exaggerate. Frog legs? Caleb looks horrified yet intrigued. Like actual legs from frogs? Just like chicken wings, but smaller, Charles says with a wink. Caleb shakes his head firmly. No way. I'm never eating snails or frogs. Ever. Never say never, young man, Victoria says, ruffling his curls. Life is full of surprises. As we continue building our castle, I notice a man walking along the shoreline. He's probably in his late 50s, tanned and fit, with silver hair and board shorts. As he passes by, he slows down, his gaze lingering on Victoria. When she looks up, he smiles warmly at her before continuing his walk. Charles notices too, his eyebrows shooting up as he glances between the retreating man and his mother. Well. Looks like you've caught someone's attention, Mom. Victoria's cheeks flush slightly. Don't be ridiculous. He was totally checking you out, Charles teases. Better watch out. You might have to worry about new suitors now that you're in Los Angeles. Charles, Victoria exclaims, but I can see she's pleased by the attention. What's a suitor? Caleb asks, looking up from his careful placement of shells. Someone who likes Grandma and might want to take her on a date, Charles explains. Caleb considers this information seriously. Like to dinner and stuff? Where they might eat snails. We all burst out laughing, and Victoria shakes her head, her eyes dancing with amusement. Perhaps. Though I'd prefer a man who doesn't make me eat escargot on the first date. The beach is full of single guys your age, Charles continues, clearly enjoying his mother's discomfort. Retired surgeons, entertainment executives, surfers. I am not interested in surfers, Victoria says primly, but she glances over her shoulder to where the silver-haired man has stopped to look out at the ocean. Sure about that? Charles grins. He's looking back this way. Victoria's laugh is freer than I've ever heard it, light and genuine. Stop it, Charles. I've been divorced for 5 minutes. Well, when opportunity strikes, why not take it? Charles asks with a shrug. Enough teasing your mother and help me with this tower, I say, nudging at his arm. He smirks and leans over.
Chapter 30. Charles. I stand at the front of our industrial loft office, taking in the scene before me. Fashion critics and bloggers fill our space, mingling with glasses of champagne, their eyes continually drawn to the clothing displayed on sleek, minimalist racks around the room. The spring line, our first official collection, hangs like vibrant artwork against the exposed brick walls. "Ready for this?" Allie whispers, sliding up next to me. She looks stunning in one of her own designs, a fitted blazer with her wildflower pattern subtly woven through the fabric. Born ready. I straighten my shoulders, feeling a surge of pride that has nothing to do with my last name and everything to do with what we've created together. "You nervous?" "Terrified." She smiles, contradicting her words. "But in the best possible way." Marcus appears with 3 flutes of champagne, handing them to us. They're eating it up. I've already overheard the Vogue digital editor saying this is the most innovative collection she's seen in seasons. I take a sip, scanning the room. Which one is she? Red glasses, corner by the scarves. Marcus nods subtly. She hasn't stopped taking pictures since she arrived. Layla darts between guests, her purple hair easy to spot as she captures everything for our social media. Her camera points toward a group of influencers examining a dress with Allie's peony design, their expressions unmistakably impressed. "Time to make it official," Marcus murmurs. "They're ready for the presentation." I squeeze Allie's hand once before stepping to the center of the room. Conversation's quiet as attention shifts to me. "Thank you all for coming today." My voice carries across the space without effort. One skill from my corporate days I'm grateful for. I'm Charles, and this is Allie Buckley, the incredible artist whose vision drives everything you see here. Allie steps forward, her smile genuine despite her nerves. The crowd offers appreciative applause. What began as a chance reunion at a farmer's market has evolved into something neither of us expected. I gesture to the collection surrounding us. Allie's extraordinary artwork transformed into wearable pieces that maintain the integrity and soul of her original paintings. Our approach is simple, Allie continues, her voice growing stronger with each word. Create clothing that tells a story, with pieces that make you feel something when you wear them. Each item is produced locally in Los Angeles, I add. We work with small batch manufacturers who provide fair wages and sustainable practices. We believe luxury shouldn't come at the expense of ethics. Marcus steps forward with the first piece, a flowing sundress with Allie's signature wildflowers cascading down one side. This collection represents more than fashion, I continue. It's about authenticity, creating something meaningful in an industry that often values image over substance. The presentation continues as we highlight key pieces, explaining the inspiration behind each design. The energy in the room builds, with critics nodding appreciatively and taking notes. I catch snippets of their conversations, fresh perspective, innovative collaboration, and genuine artistic vision. When we finish, the room erupts in applause. Critics immediately surge forward with questions, their enthusiasm palpable. How did this collaboration begin? What inspired the fusion of fine art with fashion? Will you be showing at Fashion Week? We field questions one by one, Allie growing more confident with each response. I watch her shine, this woman who once doubted her own talent now commanding the attention of fashion's elite. The authenticity is what makes this collection special, one blogger comments. It doesn't feel manufactured or focus grouped to death. That's exactly what we wanted to avoid, Allie replies. Every piece reflects a genuine creative process, and it's the same approach I take with my paintings. As the formal presentation winds down, guests return to examining the collection up close. Layla catches my eye from across the room, giving me an enthusiastic thumbs up as she posts real-time updates. Marcus sidles up beside me, a rare grin splitting his normally serious face. Orders are already coming in. The silk scarves are generating the most buzz. 3 boutiques want exclusive colorways. Damn, I whisper, watching a prominent fashion editor photograph every angle of Allie's signature dress. This is really happening. Told you, Marcus says smugly. Authentic vision always wins. The event continues for another hour, the buzz never diminishing. When the last guest finally leaves, promising coverage and follow-up meetings, the 4 of us collapse onto the vintage leather couch in the corner. That, Layla announces, scrolling through her phone, was epic. The engagement metrics are through the roof. People are tagging us, asking when they can buy pieces. We did it, Allie says softly, leaning against my shoulder. We actually did it. I wrap my arm around her, pulling her close. This is just the beginning. Marcus raises his champagne glass to Charles and Allie, proving that sometimes burning bridges leads to building something better. As the last rays of sunset paint the loft in golden hues, Layla and Marcus finally pack up their things. The successful launch party has left all of us riding an emotional high that even hours of cleanup can't diminish. I've already got 3 fashion blogs requesting interviews, Layla announces, slinging her bag over her shoulder. And the social engagement metrics from today are insane. People are obsessed with your story. Our authentic brand narrative is resonating with the target demographic, Marcus adds with a smirk, mimicking corporate jargon. I laugh, clapping him on the shoulder. Get out of here, both of you. Go celebrate. You've earned it. Don't have to tell me twice, Layla says. I've got a date with tequila and my couch. After they leave, a peaceful quiet settles over the space. Allie stands by the window, silhouetted against the city lights, her profile soft in the fading light. I move behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist and pulling her against my chest. You were incredible today, I murmur against her curly hair. Everyone was blown away by your designs. She leans back into me with a contented sigh. I still can't believe this is real. That people actually want to wear my art. Believe it. I press a kiss to her temple. This is just the beginning. We stand there for a moment, taking in the view of Los Angeles spreading out before us, lights twinkling against the darkening sky. We should go pick up Caleb, Allie says eventually. Your mom's probably exhausted from chasing him around all day. Mom texted earlier, said they're having the time of their lives. I turn Allie in my arms to face me, which means we have a few more minutes alone. Her eyes meet mine, a smile playing at her lips. And what did you have in mind for these few minutes? Instead of answering, I take her hand and lead her to the center of the room. The space feels different now, emptied of guests, but still holding the energy of our successful launch. This moment feels significant, like we're standing at the threshold of something important. You know, I've been thinking about Caleb, I say, keeping her hand in mine. What about him? About how quickly he's adjusted to all this. To me being in his life. To my mother suddenly becoming his grandmother. Kids are so resilient. They are. Allie's expression softens. He adores you both, especially you. And I adore him. I take a deep breath, feeling a rush of emotions. I adore both of you. More than I ever thought possible. Her eyes search mine, sensing the shift in my tone. Charles? When I walked away from St. James, I thought I was giving up everything. My name, my inheritance, my family legacy. I squeeze her hand. But I didn't lose a damn thing that mattered. I gained everything instead. You, Caleb, a chance to build something real. I reach into my pocket with my free hand, my fingers closing around the small velvet box I've been carrying for days, waiting for the perfect moment. Allie Buckley, I say, pulling out the box and dropping to one knee. Her eyes widen as I open it, revealing the vintage emerald ring I found. Nothing flashy or ostentatious, but unique and vibrant, just like her. This is long overdue. Will you marry me? Be my wife. Build this life with me. Let me be Caleb's father in every way that matters. Her hands fly to her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. For a terrifying moment, she's speechless, and I feel my heart hammering against my ribs. Yes, she finally whispers, nodding vigorously. Yes, Charles. Of course I will. I slide the ring onto her finger, then stand and pull her into my arms, capturing her lips in a kiss that feels like coming home. When we break apart, both breathless, I rest my forehead against hers. I love you, I murmur. I think I've loved you since that first night, all those years ago. I love you too. She looks down at the ring on her finger, then back up at me with a radiant smile. Caleb's going to be over the moon. We've got some exciting news for him when we pick him up from my mom's. I agree, unable to stop grinning. Think he'll approve? Are you kidding? He's been dropping hints for weeks. She laughs. Yesterday he asked me if our wedding is going to have alien cakes or dinosaur cupcakes. My heart swells at that. Alien cakes. I like the sound of that. I pull her close again, savoring this moment. Our business launched, our future stretching out before us, full of possibilities. We fought for this happiness, against family expectations, social pressure, and our own fears. And now it's ours. Let's go tell our son.
Chapter 31. Allie. I wake before the alarm, dawn's first light seeping through the curtains. Charles is pressed against my back, his arm heavy across my waist, breath warm against my neck. For a moment I just lie there, savoring the weight of him, the solid reality of his presence. My ring catches the light as I shift slightly, the emerald sending little green flecks dancing across the ceiling. I still can't believe it's on my finger. Can't believe any of this is real. I turn carefully in his arms, not wanting to wake him yet. His face is relaxed in sleep, all the tension and intensity gone. Those long eyelashes resting against his cheeks, that stubble darkening his jaw. Mine. He's actually mine. The thought sends a rush of heat through me. I press my lips to his jaw, feeling the scratch of stubble against my lips. He stirs slightly but doesn't wake. I trail kisses down his neck, breathing in his scent, expensive cologne faded from yesterday, mixed with the gentle smell of our detergent. My hand slides under his t-shirt, feeling the warmth of his skin, the firmness of his stomach. I drag my fingernails lightly across his abs, feeling them contract under, and that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself. With Miss Tyla,